Chapter 94. Million-year lifespan, 5 elements, treasure body. The Crown Prince, Li Dai, visited Xuan again just 7 days after his last visit. This time, he brought many medicinal herb seeds, clearly putting in a lot of effort. Although Xuan did not know why he was being so generous, he appreciated and accepted the gift, even inviting Li Dai for a drink. The atmosphere of their conversation was more pleasant than before. Until he left, Li Dai did not attempt to recruit him, as if he truly wanted just to befriend him. But after Li Dai left, the way Yang and I looked at him changed. It's the first time I've seen him so attentive to someone, Yang and I said in a complicated tone. Xuan laughed and said, "Who could blame him? I treat people kindly." He wasn't foolish. He guessed it might be because of LV Tian, but he wasn't sure what exactly had happened. Li Dai came to the Supreme Sect looking for support, and he definitely wouldn't go to look for the noble families, especially excluding the Ji family. Aside from that, only LV Tian had such significant influence. Yang and I also guessed that there was a bigger supporter behind Gu, and since even Li Xiandao could not make the Crown Prince so attentive, she was very curious about who Guan really was. It's best not to tell His Majesty about this. You've been with me for so many years. You should understand my character. I don't seek disputes, nor do I want to be suspected by others, Xuan said to Yang and I seriously. Yang and I nodded and quipped, "It seems that Liya is not your blessing, but rather you are Liya's blessing. Indeed, with your diligence in planting and cultivating so many medicinal herbs and not fighting for power, if I were one of the Supreme Sect seniors, I would also favor you." Xuan took out the storage bag given by the Crown Prince, drew out 100 seeds, and handed them to Yang and I, saying, "These are all 5th-tier seeds. Cultivate them carefully, and if you do well, you can have 1/10 after they mature. I will give you more seeds in the future." Yang and I received the medicinal herb seeds with a look of joy and immediately agreed to this task. Xuan looked at her, feeling very gratified. In the 3rd Medicine Valley, there were many people, but the only one who genuinely liked planting flowers and herbs was Yang and I. Xuan preferred raising demon beasts, and the other disciples were cultivating immortality, having no choice but to work. Xuan began to have higher expectations of Yang and I. With the changing of seasons from summer to autumn, the autumn colors covered the Mystic Valley, Tian Valley, and the 3rd Medicine Valley. In the autumn season, the Supreme Sect had an added touch of beauty, with autumn leaves covering the mountains and rivers, stretching as far as the eye could see. Near the end of autumn, one afternoon in Tian Valley, Xuan wrapped the freshly picked medicinal herbs with spirit protection paper, and a 3-line notification appeared before him. You have successfully extracted 52 years of lifespan from deerbone grass, 5th tier. Your lifespan has surpassed 1 million years for the first time, unlocking the enemy lifespan prediction feature. Enemy lifespan prediction. Once activated, it will automatically discern cause and effect. When a living being harbors hostility towards your true self, a notification will appear. The notification does not consume lifespan. Investigating the opponent's lifespan will consume lifespan. Reading the new feature, Xuan paused. This is really good. It could alert him to potential enemies, helping him to avoid risks. He immediately activated the lifespan prediction feature. But there was no notification for the time being, perhaps because it started from now. Xuan's mood became cheerful. He felt this feature was significant and that waiting for so many years had been worth it. Moreover, he had accumulated 1 million years of lifespan and was about to break through. He started to hasten his movements. After harvesting the mature medicinal herbs in Tian Valley, he transported them all to the storage tower. He discovered that the herbs in the storage tower had all been taken, leaving it empty. Not thinking much about it, he left after placing the herbs. Just as he exited the storage tower, LV Xian came up to him and said, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Today I need to teach you the Mystic Tortoise Surging Wave Palm." He had already taught Xuan 8 spells. 2 years ago, he decided to start from scratch and focus deeply on one spell. He did not believe there could be someone so foolish. He prepared to spend 50 years drilling Gu and 50 years devoted to one spell, Even a pig should grasp it, right? Guan pushed him aside and said, "Not today, another time." Xian was stunned as Guan pushed him. This guy dared to push him? He actually got pushed. No! Xian held Guan's shoulder, not letting him leave. Guan shook his head helplessly and said, "I think I have already mastered the mystic tortoise surging wave palm. Would you like to see? Is that so? Try it now." Xian immediately let go, urging excitedly. Guan walked to an empty space, raised his palm, and struck out. Instantly, a wave of air surged from his palm, creating wave-like phenomena in the air ahead, reaching several feet. He withdrew his palm and said, "I wasn't lying. I have been practicing diligently in private. I have other matters to attend to. Teach me how to enhance it next time." With that, he leaped into the sky and flew away. Xian did not try to stop him again, standing there with furrowed brows. After a long time, Xian couldn't help but mutter, "It's a state of ease without a trace of breath from behind. He really has mastered it." Returning to the Mystic Valley, Guan first went to the third Medicine Valley to harvest the remaining medicinal herbs, then went back to the Mystic Valley. He found Yang and informed her he would be leaving for 2 days to report to the intersect. Yang had no doubts. He departed at dusk, heading in the direction of the Outer Gate City, taking a large detour before returning near the Mystic Valley. Late at night, he sneaked into the 8 scenic caves and brought out Sky Dragon. Sky Dragon was very excited, looking around curiously. Guan took it and left the Supreme Sect directly. He trod the infinite, traceless mystic heaven step, bypassing the Supreme Sect, and hurried towards the North Sea Mountain. Sky Dragon was amazed by Guan's step technique, but wasn't overly startled, as it regarded its master as the closest person and had no experience with others to form a broader worldview. The North Sea Mountain was over 300,000 miles away from the Supreme Sect. Along the way, Guan continued to use the infinite, traceless mystic heaven step, rushing at full speed without stopping. Upon nearing the North Sea Mountain, Guan released Sky Dragon. "Master, see you later," Sky Dragon exclaimed and left excitedly. Guan smiled, then donned a mask and changed into black clothes, continuing his journey. He aimed to have a breakthrough deep in the North Sea Mountain. The North Sea Mountain was surrounded by mountains and bordered the sea. The North Sea was actually a vast lake, as large as an ocean. Guan walked through the air, seeing the endless North Sea glistening under the moonlight, with fog drifting over it, extending beyond the horizon. Along the way, he saw a giant fish, over 100 yards long, leap from the lake and stretch its body midair, a truly magnificent sight. The North Sea Mountain was not only inhabited by demons, but also by cultivators and ghosts. Guan sensed a battle between cultivators, both of the nascent soul realm. He only glanced briefly before swiftly moving on without stopping. Break through first, and then enjoy the scenery. He wondered where Leah might be. With this thought, Guan spread his divine sense to find a suitable location for his breakthrough. After about an hour, Guan arrived in a deep mountain area. He sat down under a large tree. Within a 3,000-mile radius, there was no sign of human activity, not even many demon creatures, only wandering ghosts. Hence, this forest was particularly eerie, with ghostly air thickening the atmosphere. Guan directly activated the lifespan barrier, first making himself invisible. Then he brought up his attribute panel. Name, Guan lifespan, 58/1-002-060, spirit root, top quality 5 elements, heavenly spirit root, cultivation level, unification realm, 9th layer, cultivation techniques, fire control art, initial insight, Yangwood primordial skill, mastery, mystic yellow dragon energy skill, consummation, alchemy, slight accomplishment, myriad poison mystic skill, untrained, yin-yang art, untrained, Taoist expansion skill, untrained, seeing his 7-digit lifespan, he felt a strong sense of accomplishment. He planned to allocate 100,000 years of lifespan to his spirit root, Yangwood primordial skill, and mystic yellow dragon energy skill each. Then, he would enhance his cultivation level. As for spells, ultimate skills, and divine skills, he could spare fewer lifespan points since he rarely engaged in combat. Xuan directly allocated 100,000 years of lifespan to his spirit root, intending to stop regardless of the outcome. You have allocated 100,000 years of lifespan to your spirit root for evolutionary cultivation. You have perceived the nature's spiritual energy for 1,000 years. Your 5 elements spirit root perception power has increased. You have perceived the nature's spiritual energy for 2,000 years. Your 5 elements spirit root perception power has increased. You have perceived the nature's spiritual energy for 7,000 years, finally comprehending the 5 elements' true meaning. Your top quality 5 elements heavenly spirit root has been refined. You have perceived the nature's spiritual energy for 56,000 years, finally comprehending the 5 elements' true meaning. Your top quality 5 elements heavenly spirit root has been refined. A string of notifications flashed crazily before Xuan's eyes. Although he was prepared, he couldn't help but scowl. Perhaps he shouldn't have enhanced the spirit root after all. The top quality 5 elements heavenly spirit root was already adequate. But since he had enhanced it, he could only endure. Though it hadn't transformed, the refinement should have strengthened his aptitude. Xuan comforted himself. The notifications continued. You have perceived the nature's spiritual energy for 70,000 years, finally comprehending the 5 elements' true meaning. Your top quality 5 elements heavenly spirit root has been refined. You have perceived the nature's spiritual energy for 80,000 years, finally comprehending the 5 elements' true meaning. Your top quality 5 elements heavenly spirit root is undergoing transformation, being wrapped in nature's spiritual energy. You have entered a state of nirvana. You have perceived the nature's spiritual energy for 90,000 years, successfully undergoing nirvana. Your top quality 5 elements heavenly spirit root has fused with your body and soul, upgrading to 5 elements treasure body. You have perceived the nature's spiritual energy for 100,000 years. Your 5 elements treasure body has been refined. Seeing the 5 elements treasure body, Xuan's spirit lifted. He felt like he had found a silver lining, and his hard work had paid off. Ecstatic, just as Xuan's mood soared, the spiritual energy in the ground began to surge. A terrifyingly violent wave of spiritual energy rushed towards him. The momentum was even more exaggerated than when he broke through to the 9th layer of the unification realm. Sorry to all beings in North Sea Mountain. You're going to be alarmed. Xuan immersed himself in the magical process of spiritual energy refining his body. Throughout the North Sea Mountain, beings continually sensed the descent of spiritual energy. In less than 15 breaths, even those at the periphery could feel the anomaly. In a secluded valley, a white-robed Li Xiandao sat on an array platform, surrounded by thousands of elixir bottles and storage bags. Flags stood around the platform, with even more flags and talisman papers on the surrounding valley walls, creating a dazzling display. Li Xiandao opened his eyes, his brows furrowed. Another descent of spiritual energy. What is going on? Why is this happening even in the North Sea Mountain? Li Xiandao muttered to himself, an uneasy look in his eyes. Chapter 95. Innate Realm, Breaking Through to Mystic Heart Realm 9 Layers. Inside the cave, the firelight flickered. Li sat on a stone, his upper body bare, wrapping his entire bodice wounds with white cloth. Blood continually seeped out, looking extremely terrifying, yet he did not frown. Hovering beside him was a soul body, an elder with a tall figure, stroking his beard as he watched him. You can endure the toxicity of the 1,000-handed demon vine. Your body has grown stronger again. The elder praised. Li responded calmly, still not enough. Compared to LV Xian and Ji Xiaoyu, it's nothing. Not to mention, the sect has recently seen the rise of an Hao, who is said to have talent even more exaggerated than the two of them. The elder chuckled. They are born geniuses. You are different. You are a genius of effort and may still surpass them. From my perspective, innate talent is not the most important. What matters most is a steadfast Taoist heart and a relentless spirit of perseverance. Leah nodded, just about to speak, when the flames on the fire suddenly shook violently, causing Li Ya's expression to change dramatically. Spiritual energy sinking? Leah frowned, as did his elder. The elder frowned. Could it be a natural disaster rather than man-made? What does this portend? He calculated with his fingers, but unfortunately could not determine anything. As the spiritual energy in the North Sea mountains began to sink, the roars of demon beasts echoed unceasingly between heaven and earth. Cultivators hiding in their caves rushed out, and those who were fighting had to stop. Under a tree, Xuan was surrounded by 5-colored spirit light, looking like a light egg as he sat motionless in meditation. He also heard the roars from all directions. This commotion no longer frightened him. This was just the beginning. After enhancing his spirit root, he still needed to enhance his cultivation technique and then his cultivation level. The spiritual energy in the North Sea Mountains was exceptionally dense, far surpassing that around Mystic Valley. Even though the spiritual energy was beginning to sink, it did not significantly affect the overall spiritual energy of the North Sea Mountains. As time passed, Xuan's attention began to focus on the consumption of a lifespan barrier. He could not afford to be careless. He had a premonition that the consumption of a lifespan barrier this time would not be a small amount. He did not want to die from lifespan exhaustion. An hour later, Xuan had completely transformed into a 5-elements treasure body. He could feel the changes throughout his entire physical body, with his chi blood and strength growing stronger, his ability to induce spiritual power increasing, and his senses undergoing a tremendous transformation. He even felt as if the 5-element spiritual energy around him had merged with him, a sensation that was simply too marvelous. Xuan suppressed his joy, planning to study the wonders of the 5-elements treasure body later. For now, he needed to continue burning lifespan. First, the mystic yellow dragon energy skill. This technique allowed him to conceal his cultivation level and aura, which was extremely crucial. 10,000 years invested. A series of notifications flashed crazily, and Xuan carefully read through them. The Mystic Yellow Dragon Energy skill was promoted to Earth Divine Energy skill, and Earth Divine Energy skill was promoted to Primordial Rui skill. Promoted twice. Not bad. Memories of the Primordial Rui skill flooded into his mind. The Primordial Rui skill not only drastically increased the ability to hide his cultivation level and aura, but also awakened the divine skill, Great and Minor Rui. By covering an object with spiritual power, it allowed any existence to shrink or grow, including living spirits and himself. This divine skill truly made Xuan feel the wonders of the immortal path. Xuan immersed himself in path enlightenment, forgetting external matters. In the distance, Li Xiandao, who was meditating on an array platform, took out a compass and began to cast a spell to deduce. Needles on the compass jumped wildly, causing his expression to become solemn. After a long while, the speed of the needles jumping slowed down. Though still slightly trembling, the hexagram was revealed. The heavenly secrets are concealed, unseen for 1,000 years, Li Xiandao muttered, then joyfully spoke to himself. Although the spiritual energy is sinking, making it unsuitable for cultivation and tribulation crossing, what I need is not spiritual energy, but tribulation crossing methods. The concealment of heavenly secrets is an excellent opportunity for me. He frowned again, hesitating. He was unsure of the reason behind the sinking spiritual energy. If it was caused by a great cultivator, would he encounter trouble if he crossed his tribulation here? But thinking about the court's situation, Li Xiandao gritted his teeth. Cross. To die in a celestial tribulation was better than to die in court. His goal was not just the void crossing realm, but the unification realm. He wanted to become an immortal emperor, just like the mythological heavenly emperor. Li Xiandao put down the compass, raised his arms, and instantly, the formations in the valley activated one after another. Layers of light screens rose, and the spiritual energy within the formation swirled above his head, gradually gathering into clouds. He then waved his sleeves, and the mouths of all the elixir bottles opened in succession. After completing all this, he looked up. The sky was dark, thunderclouds rolled, and the light of the formations illuminated the tribulation clouds above him clearly. The gathering heavenly might made his gaze increasingly resolute. He had to succeed. Passing down the primordial Rui skill consumed another hour for Xuan, but he felt it was relatively fast. This skill was far more complex than previous cultivation techniques. It could be inherited in a short time, giving him the feeling of having cultivated for 10,000 years. This indicated his life span golden finger was also growing stronger. Previously, he had worried that as his cultivation level increased, the time to achieve breakthroughs in reality would also lengthen. If eventually any cultivation technique inheritance took several days and breakthroughs took several months, how could that possibly work? Luckily, he did not need to worry. Xuan glanced at the lifespan consumed by the lifespan barrier and found the situation acceptable. Continue. Xuan invested 10,000 years of lifespan into the Yang Wood primordial skill. Notifications started flooding his vision again, but they did not distract him. The Yang Wood primordial skill was promoted to primordial Earth Immortal skill. It only advanced once, but with the word Immortal in its name, Xuan had high expectations. Tonight, 2 cultivation techniques, starting with primordial, had appeared, reminding Xuan of the primordial Taoist talisman within Ji Xiaoyu. Could primordial be a stage? If that were true, wouldn't Ji Xiaoyu be born with an advantage that took others hundreds of thousands of years of effort? No wonder they were so monstrous. Xuan marveled inwardly, and then the vast inheritance memories took over his thoughts. As spiritual energy sank again, the hearts of the beings in the North Sea Mountains, which had just eased, tensed once more. Figures exuding powerful auras continually passed over the forest where Xuan was. Some were as large as mountains, but none noticed the person hidden in this forest, the culprit behind the sinking spiritual energy. This night, the North Sea Mountains would certainly not find peace. More than half an hour later, Xuan opened his eyes. Seeing that he still had 680,000 years of lifespan left, he sighed softly. The lifespan barrier had already consumed over 10,000 years of lifespan. He began to feel that the situation was not looking too good. He looked toward the column of cultivation level. He was about to invest his lifespan when battle pressure came from the east, causing him to frown. A battle between Unification Realm cultivators. The distance was not too far, about 200 miles. This distance was very close for Unification Realm cultivators. Xuan did not rush to make a breakthrough, willing to wait until they moved farther away. What if they intruded into his lifespan barrier during his breakthrough? If only the lifespan barrier could upgrade in the future. Xuan lamented inwardly, but he was not panicked. If they did intrude, he would be forced to grant them death. Reaching the Unification Realm was not easy. He hoped they knew better. Fortunately, the situation did not develop into the worst-case scenario Xuan imagined. The 2 Unification Realm great cultivators fought for a while before chasing each other away into the distance. Let's do it. First, invest 10,000 years to calm the nerves. 10,000 years should be enough for a successful breakthrough. You invested 10,000 years of lifespan to cultivate and evolve your cultivation level. You practiced energy absorption cultivation for 500 years, using your great achievement in Primordial Earth Immortal skill to forcibly impact the Mystic Heart Realm and began Tribulation Crossing. You did not survive the Tsungyuan 5 Spirits, Heavenly Tribulation. Tribulation Crossing failed. You practiced energy absorption cultivation for 1,500 years, using your great achievement in Primordial Earth Immortal skill to forcibly impact the Mystic Heart Realm and began Tribulation Crossing. You did not survive the Tsungyuan 5 Spirits, Heavenly Tribulation. Tribulation Crossing failed. Tribulation Crossing every 1,000 years was still acceptable, indicating his margin for error was high. 100 attempts should be enough to succeed in crossing the tribulation, right? He had enhanced 2 cultivation techniques. Failure, failure, failure. Continuous failures irritated Gu in his eyes. Before the consumption of 50,000 years of lifespan, he felt that it was fine, still acceptable. When he failed at 67,500 years, he began to grit his teeth. The 68th time failed. Who could bear this? Failures continued. You practiced energy absorption cultivation for 81,500 years, using your great achievement in primordial earth immortal skill to forcibly impact the mystic heart realm and began tribulation crossing. You did not survive that Sun Yuan 5 spirits heavenly tribulation. Tribulation crossing failed. You practiced energy absorption cultivation for 82,500 years, using your great achievement in primordial earth immortal skill to forcibly impact the mystic heart realm and began tribulation crossing. You survived that Sun Yuan 5 spirits heavenly tribulation. Tribulation crossing succeeded, and your cultivation level broke through to the first layer of the mystic heart realm. You practiced energy absorption cultivation for 83,000 years, and your cultivation level broke through to the second layer of the mystic heart realm. You practiced energy absorption cultivation for 84,000 years, and your cultivation level broke through to the third layer of the mystic heart realm. You practiced energy absorption cultivation for 99,000 years, using your great achievement in primordial earth immortal skill to forcibly impact the Mahayana realm and began tribulation crossing. You did not survive the mystic yellow 5 gods heavenly tribulation. Tribulation crossing failed. You practiced energy absorption cultivation for 100,000 years, and you are still preparing for tribulation crossing. As the final prompt came, Xuan sighed in relief. The 9th layer of the mystic heart realm. The next major realm was the Mahayana realm. Xuan marveled inwardly. As expected, breaking through minor realms was not difficult. The hardest part was tribulation crossing. It was so exaggerated that he hoped he would not face over 100 or 1,000 failures in the future. The earth spirit energy once again surged towards Gu, and compared to earlier, the commotion was not as great, as they were both 10,000 years of lifespan investments. Xuan brought up the attribute panel, looking at the remaining 680,000 years of lifespan. He hesitated, debating whether to break through another major realm or enhance his divine skills. He had to elevate the infinite traceless mystic heaven step and the great yin-yang transformation, which would help him escape and conceal his identity. Besides these two, he also needed to improve 2 offensive skills. Thinking this way, he felt his lifespan seemed a bit insufficient. Should he invest less in offensive skills? After all, he was not fighting beyond his realm. Moreover, the spells and ultimate skills he currently mastered were regarded as extremely profound sorcery within the 9 Dynasties' immortal cultivation world. Xuan, caught in his dilemma, began enhancing his cultivation level. Abundant spiritual energy continued to pour into his body, causing his cultivation level to grow, his robes billowing violently, as if about to burst at any moment. Chapter 96 Breakthrough to the 8th floor of the Mahayana realm. When Xuan enjoyed the elevation of his cultivation level, the spiritual energy in the North Sea mountains sank once again. This time, it caused a great storm, as if a tempest was imminent. The demons, cultivators, and ghosts all hid themselves, waiting for the sinkage of spiritual energy to end. They didn't know what was happening. They could only pray for the calamity to end soon. In a certain valley, Li Xiandao had already begun tribulation crossing. A mass of thunderclouds floated above the valley, not maintaining the same height as the thunderclouds in the sky, just a bit higher than the surrounding mountain peaks. This tribulation cloud was accumulating heavenly power, with strands of lightning within the cloud roiling, faintly visible and strikingly alarming. Li Xiandao was cultivating energy on the array platform. Golden dragon shadows coiled around him, making his robe billow and sound with movement. After a while, Li Xiandao suddenly opened his eyes and looked up sharply, only to see a bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly striking down from the tribulation cloud. Boom! The outermost formation formed a screen of light to resist the bolt of heavenly lightning. Before the light screen dissipated, a second and third bolt of heavenly lightning struck down in quick succession, causing alternation between light and dark in the valley. Li Xiandao raised his hand, and a treasure sword appeared in his hand. Once the sword emerged, a dragon roar resounded, with strands of blood energy swirling around the blade, as if countless evil ghosts were roaring and wailing within. He drove the treasure sword into the ground beside him, then closed his eyes, continuously casting magic with both hands, and spiritual power flowed into the formations in all directions along the array platform. Spirit stones flew out from his storage bag one after another, densely packed, quickly covering the open spaces of the array platform. With his eyes closed, he opened his mouth, and spirit pills flew out from the bottle, automatically entering his mouth, causing his momentum to rise rapidly. Night winds rose, and rumbles of thunder could be faintly heard. From high above, this valley appeared so small, sitting within the vast darkness of the North Sea Mountain, like a faintly glowing star in the night sky. Time flew by quickly. After an ancient hour of accumulation, Xuan finally reached the first layer of the Mystic Heart Realm, and now began striving towards the 9th layer of the Mystic Heart Realm. Upon reaching the Mystic Heart Realm, his heart underwent a transformation, glowing with golden light and coursing with golden blood. A rune even appeared on the surface of his heart, a mysterious mark of sorts. Xuan enjoyed the spiritual energy pouring into his body while sensing the rune on his heart. In the void, he gained some profound insights. Primordial divine power. The Mystic Heart rune could give birth to his own divine skills, though the time and strength of their birth remained unknown. The kind of divine skills that could be born depended on a cultivator's lives experiences and accumulated achievements, and everyone's resulting divine skills would differ. Xuan was so immersed in this creation that he couldn't free himself. Through the Mystic Heart rune, he developed new ideas for his various Taoist sorceries and began organizing his cultivation achievements. Meanwhile, his cultivation realm broke through continuously. Second layer of the Mystic Heart Realm. Third layer of the Mystic Heart Realm. Fourth layer of the Mystic Heart Realm. Xuan suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the treetops. In the night sky, a bolt of lightning appeared above the trees. It didn't descend from the sky, but appeared out of thin air, lingering instead of disappearing instantly, twisting wantonly like a struggling long worm. What was that? Xuan frowned, feeling uneasy. The bolt of lightning started to split, creating several more bolts. Then, suddenly, the space between the lightning tore apart, revealing a black crack. A figure with disheveled hair leapt out, showing fair skin in the lightning's glare. Judging by the figure's build, it was a woman draped in tattered cloth that barely covered her, implying her robes had been torn not long before. Xuan sensed her aura, shocked, and immediately cast lifespan detection. Lu Lingjun, Unification Realm, 9th layer, 1989/2750/3700, a nearly 2,000-year-old monster. She was definitely the oldest person Xuan had ever seen. Moreover, at the 9th layer of the Unification Realm, she could compete with LV Baitian. Who exactly was she? Lu Lingjun hovered in the air. The black crack behind her began to contract and quickly disappeared, taking the lightning with it. She took out a blue Taoist robe from her storage ring to cover her graceful body, followed by a belt to wrap around her waist. Xuan didn't care about the offense of gender differences. He just wanted to know who this woman was. Lu Lingjun's long hair flowed in the wind, revealing a delicate and perfect face, though her brows were slightly furrowed, and her eyes were full of confusion. One of her hair strands fell out and transformed into a white snake resting on her shoulder. Xuan cast lifespan detection again. White Spirit Demon Emperor, Unification Realm, 8th layer 4678/6280/8300, a Unification Realm demon pet? Just who was this woman? The white spirit demon emperor flicked its tongue and spoke in a light, feminine voice. Such rich spiritual energy. It seems we have successfully ascended. The legends were not fabricated. Ascend? Guven was stunned. The implications of these two words were huge. Lu Lingjun furrowed her brows deeply and said softly, "When traversing earlier, the power of the heavenly thunder was truly terrifying. It almost destroyed me. I flew towards the weakest part of the thunder and ended up here. Judging by the richness of the spiritual energy, it is indeed more abundant than our mortal realm. But whether we have ascended successfully or not, we need to explore further." The white spirit demon emperor looked into the distance and said, "The spiritual energy here is sinking. There is unification realm demon energy in the distance. It seems we have indeed ascended successfully. We roamed the mortal realm for 200 years, traversing the ends of the earth, and there were very few in the unification realm, only 5 among the human race, and only me among the demon clan. Only the legendary Great Heavenly Spirit Land might have such common encounters with the unification realm." Great Heavenly Spirit Land? Hearing this, Xuan felt more curious. It seemed these two beings came from a weaker realm than this one. This world was vast and unknown to all. The 9 dynasties were but a corner of this continent. What lay beyond the ocean was unknown. At least Xuan didn't think the unification realm was the pinnacle of this continent, let alone the true peak of this world's strength. Immortals were merely legends, ethereal and elusive, but the immortal cultivation world here was immensely broad. Apart from marveling at the vastness of the world, Xuan also felt relieved. He initially thought a major power had descended upon the land of the 9 dynasties, in which case the 9th layer of the mystic heart realm would have been inadequate. These 1 human and 1 demon ascended without background. Integrating into this world would likely take time. Unaware of anyone below, Lu Lingjun and the white spirit demon emperor spread their divine sense and, confirming no one was within 500 miles, dared to converse so unguardedly. They talked for a while, then flew south. They believed the vitality of the human race was strongest in the south, while the north was filled with demon energy. Oh no! Hopefully they avoid the supreme sect. Xuan silently prayed. Based on their conversation, Xuan suspected their successful ascension was due to the benefits of the lifespan barrier. The lifespan barrier could evade the heavenly tribulation, naturally weakening the heavenly thunder, which also explained why, after breaking through space, they descended right above Guangu and was full of emotion. To think there were still ascenders in the world. Anyone who could break through from one world had to be formidable. With their methods, they'd likely continue to reign supreme. Not okay. The 9th layer of the mystic heart realm was unstable. Improving my divine skills could wait. Reaching the Mahayana realm came first. Like Lu Lingjun and the white spirit demon emperor, no matter how terrifying their methods, they couldn't reach the Mahayana realm in just 100 years, right? Xuan directly pulled up the attribute panel. Although his cultivation level enhancement wasn't complete, he was prepared to directly use his lifespan. He would continue absorbing spiritual energy later. The usual routine, break through with 100,000 years of lifespan, be generous. You poured 100,000 years of lifespan into your cultivation to accelerate the process of qi absorption cultivation. You cultivated qi absorption for 1,000 years. With the great accomplishment of primordial earth immortal skill, you forcefully challenged the Mahayana realm and began tribulation crossing. You didn't endure the 5 gods' heavenly tribulation of heaven and earth, and your tribulation failed. You cultivated qi absorption for 3,000 years. With the great accomplishment of primordial earth immortal skill, you forcefully challenged the Mahayana realm and began tribulation crossing. You didn't endure the 5 gods' heavenly tribulation of heaven and earth, and your tribulation failed. Failing to cross the tribulation every 2,000 years made Xuan a bit nervous. Even though lifespan consumed in simulated cultivation was more than real cultivation, it still indicated the difficulty of the Mahayana realm. Despite the supreme sect's thousands of years of history, the book collection pavilion had no records of the Mahayana realm. Xuan was ready to invest another 100,000 years of lifespan. Anyway, the invested lifespan was merely a number, only meaningful when transformed into cultivation. Failure, failure, failure. The final results were as he expected, 100,000 years down the drain. He scowled and invested another 100,000 years. The prompts kept appearing, and repeated failures numbed his heart, raising his blood pressure. A great cultivator of the 9th layer of the mystic heart realm shouldn't be so easily angered, but Xuan couldn't contain his emotions. Finally, seeing the word success, Xuan let out a long breath and smiled. You cultivated chi absorption for 87,000 years. With the great accomplishment of primordial earth immortal skill, you forcefully challenged the Mahayana realm and began tribulation crossing. You endured the 5 gods' heavenly tribulation of heaven and earth, successfully crossing the tribulation. Your cultivation level advanced to the 1st layer of the Mahayana realm. You cultivated chi absorption for 88,000 years. Your cultivation level advanced to the 2nd layer of the Mahayana realm. You cultivated chi absorption for 92,000 years. Your cultivation level advanced to the 5th layer of the Mahayana realm. You cultivated chi absorption for 94,000 years. Your cultivation level advanced to the 6th layer of the Mahayana realm. You cultivated chi absorption for 96,000 years. Your cultivation level advanced to the 7th layer of the Mahayana realm. You cultivated chi absorption for 99,000 years. Your cultivation level advanced to the 8th layer of the Mahayana realm. You cultivated chi absorption for 100,000 years. Your cultivation level increased. The 8th layer of the Mahayana realm. 200,000 years of lifespan. Xuan felt a bit frightened at the thought, but was glad to have succeeded. The consumption after successful tribulation was decent, indicating the improvement of spirit root and cultivation technique was effective. He remembered spending 18,000 years advancing from the 1st layer to the 9th layer of the unification realm, requiring 3,000 years per layer after the 5th layer. Considering the Mahayana realm cultivation would be even more challenging, the reduced time was proof enough that enhancing the spirit root and cultivation technique was beneficial, with effects that would continue in reality. At this moment, Xuan regained his confidence. Disregarding how powerful the strongest individuals on this continent might be, or the vast scope of overseas areas, Xuan felt he could now dominate the land of the 9 dynasties. Tian, at the 9th layer of the unification realm, suppressed the demon path of the Taizong dynasty, preventing invasions. The Taizong dynasty was not the weakest among the 9 dynasties. Even if there were stronger beings in other dynasties, they likely only reached the mystic heart realm. Chapter 97. The terrifying Mahayana realm, the rising sun, emitted rays that cut across the North Sea, over the mountains, and through the forest where Xuan resided. At this moment, his cultivation level had already reached the 7th layer of the Mahayana realm, and he was aiming to break through to the 8th layer. Xuan brought up the attribute panel and saw that he still had 370,000 years of lifespan left. He thought he could improve his combat skills a bit more. However, today he couldn't continue. After a night's upheaval, the spiritual energy in the area had become thin. He feared ruining the ecosystem of the North Sea Mountains, so he would wait until the spiritual energy in the North Sea Mountains recovered before returning. The next goal was to accumulate a lifespan of 10 million years. Just the thought of this number was terrifying, but Xuan was filled with fighting spirit. The life of a cultivator was extremely long. He could take his time, thinking first about which spells, divine skills, and ultimate skills to improve. Time continued to flow. When Xuan reached the 8th layer of the Mahayana realm, the speed at which his physical body absorbed nature's spiritual energy slowed down. He patiently waited for the breakthrough to end. After an entire night, The lifespan barrier consumed more than 20,000 years of his lifespan, showing just how significant the disturbance caused by Xuan was. Xuan spread out his divine sense to see how far his divine sense could now cover. The scenery of countless mountains and rivers entered Xuan's vision. He saw many demons, ghosts, and cultivators, and even saw an enormous ancient relic species as large as a mountain. Xuan enjoyed the magnificence of the Mahayana realm's divine sense. Suddenly, he saw an acquaintance. Li Xiandao. This fellow was undergoing tribulation in a valley. Xuan saw the formations and those spirit stones and bottles within the valley, causing his mouth to involuntarily twitch. No wonder Li Xiandao was breaking through so quickly. It was not only because of his exceptional talent, but also because he was dumping massive resources. Xuan thought about how he relied solely on his physical body for tribulation crossing through his evolutionary cultivation. He couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Forget it. He couldn't compare like this. After all, in reality, he had never undergone tribulation crossing. He should be content with himself. Xuan observed for a while, feeling that Li Xuandao's tribulation crossing seemed stable. Then, he looked towards other areas, mainly to see where Li was. Soon, his divine sense captured Li Ya's aura. That boy was hiding in a cave, seemingly injured once again. Sai, what a reckless guy. Don't die out there. Xuan decided to go find Li later to guide him in another identity. The elder in Li Ya's body wasn't very capable. Xuan also saw the Sky Dragon. This guy was bullying a group of minor demons, strutting around and shouting about being the king. In the end, Xuan's divine sense enveloped the entire North Sea Mountains. Every corner of the North Sea Mountains was visible in his eyes, and this feeling of overlooking everything fascinated him. The demons and cultivators in the unification realm in the North Sea Mountains now appeared no different from ordinary creatures in his eyes. One had to admit, the North Sea Mountains indeed hid many talents. He sensed no fewer than 100 unification realm auras in this area. Of course, those who had reached the 9th layer of the unification realm were very few, fewer than 5, including Lu Lingjun, who had not yet left the North Sea Mountains. Xuan enjoyed his power that belonged solely to him. When his cultivation level stopped growing, and his body no longer absorbed spiritual energy, he dispelled the lifespan barrier and then stood up. He stretched lazily. The sunlight filtering through the leaves and falling on him made him feel rejuvenated. Indeed, no achievement, fame, or relationships in the world could compare to the feeling of becoming stronger. Leo walked out of the cave dwelling. The sunlight shining on him made him squint and frown. His upper body was wrapped in white cloth, with patches of bloodstains. He raised his right hand and summoned a heavy sword from within the cave. As it fell into his hand, his right arm trembled, and a look of pain crossed his face. "Kid, your wounds have just healed, and you want to practice swordsmanship already? Are you underestimating the weight of the North Sea nether iron, or overestimating the power of the dragon image divine primordial?" The elder's voice echoed in Li Ya's ears, filled with helplessness. Leah grinned and said, "I have to make the most of my time cultivating. I don't have much time left. I need to catch up with the time of the Holy Land recruitment you mentioned." The elder retorted irritably, "That Holy Land isn't a must-go place. It's a path followed by prestigious clans. But didn't you say that the Li family once reached a glory comparable to the Zhou family and the Gu family? I may not want to be a prince, but I have an obligation to see the Li family prosper." Leah lifted the North Sea heavy sword and walked toward the empty ground ahead. Behind him was a small hill, surrounded by forests, with only 5 square meters of empty space. After last night's phenomenon, the ground was covered with various debris and fallen leaves. The clouds in the sky had been torn apart, and the sunlight passing through them formed rainbows, creating a beautiful and surreal scene. Leah gritted his teeth and swung the heavy sword in his hand. This sword was forged under the elder's guidance. It was made of nether iron, a rare material found only in the North Sea, and was very hard to come by. This sword weighed 10,000 pounds. Its weight would double with the infusion of spiritual power. Li Ya's injured body had difficulty swinging the sword without using spiritual power. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept from the depths of the forest, startling Li Ya. He turned around instinctively, raising his sword to block. With a bang, Li Ya was thrown out, crashing into the mountain wall, sending rocks flying. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. As he landed, he thrust his heavy sword into the ground to support himself. Yet he still ended up half kneeling, as the white cloth on his body quickly turned red, and all the wounds reopened. "Humph, human boy, hand over the dragon image divine, primordial." A hoarse voice came. From the forest emerged a demonic figure, a man in a black robe with a fox head, exuding demon energy. His hands had sharp claws, resembling 10 daggers. Li Ya stared at the figure, gritting his teeth and uttering the name, "Resentful Fox King." The resentful Fox King glared at Li Ya, his expression suddenly turning hideous. "You've been poisoned by my fox poison, and you're still standing? Have you consumed the dragon image divine primordial?" As he finished speaking, his voice became sharp, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Li Ya gripped the sword handle with both hands, gasping heavily, and called out in his heart, "Elder, I need your help." The elder couldn't help but lament. "Do you really think my soul power is endless? Just saving you these few nights has nearly drained me." "I don't believe you. You say that every time. You ungrateful brat. How did the Li family end up with such a worthless descendant like you? Who told you to reside in my body, deliberately absorbing my spiritual power and altering my spirit root manifestation, causing me to be detected with mixed spirit root talent?" The argument between Li Ya and the elder in his mind grew more intense, causing him to cough uncontrollably. The resentful Fox King took a step toward him, locking his murderous intent on Li Ya, making him feel as though he were in an ice cellar. At that moment, Li Ya's vision suddenly darkened. He looked up instinctively and saw a dark purple figure standing before him. It was him. Li Ya recalled that when Elder Xuan had seriously injured him outside the Mystic Valley, this mysterious demon cultivator had saved him. The elder had said this demon cultivator used the demon shadow, divine skill, of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Li Ya had previously racked his brains, but couldn't figure out his connection to the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, attributing it to mere coincidence. But now he was shocked. This mysterious demon cultivator had appeared again. Xuan, performing the great yin-yang transformation, looked at the resentful Fox King and sensed that his opponent's cultivation level was merely equivalent to the divinity transformation realm. To be safe, he still threw out a lifespan detection. After all, it didn't consume his lifespan. Resentful Fox King, Divinity Transformation Realm 4th Layer 1409/2900/3400. Quite a straightforward demon. The resentful Fox King could not discern Xuan's cultivation level and immediately felt nervous, asking, "Who are you?" Xuan raised his hand, pointing to a distant place, indicating that he should leave quickly. Xuan did not like killing enemies without cause. He could already seize medicinal herbs to extend his lifespan and wanted to retain some humanity, avoiding a propensity for murder that could eventually lead to a reckless personality or even arrogance, bringing great trouble. The resentful Fox King's expression fluctuated, but in the end he clasped his hands, turned around, and left. The resentful Fox King harbors animosity towards you, resents you deeply. Would you like to perform a lifespan detection on him? A prompt suddenly appeared in front of Xuan. He resents me deeply already? A death wish. Xuan raised his right hand, grasped the air, and the terrifying spiritual power of the Mahayana realm erupted, causing the resentful Fox King to explode instantly, and his primordial spirit vanished into thin air. No spells, no divine skills, simply suppressed with pure spiritual power. If the resentful Fox King had a storage bag, Xuan might have been more restrained. Immediately after, Guan received a notification that he had seized a lifespan, which was not bad. He obtained 190 years of lifespan, consistent with his previous speculation that lifespan seizure spanned from 0.5% to 20% of the remaining lifespan of the target. Leah, still half kneeling on the ground, was stunned. A demon king of the divinity transformation realm died, just like that. He didn't even see how this demon cultivator made his move. Could someone be killed from a distance? How was that possible? What was his realm? The elder's voice trembled as he exclaimed in Lia's mind. This time, Guan heard the soul's voice within Lia. The Mahayana realm cultivator couldn't yet hear the voices of living beings, but the soul within Lia communicated using soul power. Every word caused a slight fluctuation, and this wave couldn't escape the perception of a Mahayana cultivator. Guan turned to look at Lia, who was so scared that he retreated, pressing tightly against the mountain wall. This individual's realm is likely higher than my peak level, the elder said solemnly, with a touch of sorrow in his tone. He thought both he and Leah were doomed to die. Leah, hearing this, completely panicked. All along, in his mind, the elder was the most powerful. This was what allowed him to be reckless, as he always had the elder to rely on. Now the elder couldn't protect him. How could he not panic? Seeing Leah almost scared to death, Guan wanted to laugh, but he was really afraid of scaring him to death. So he gathered spiritual energy in his throat, changed his voice, and said, "I've already saved you twice. Do you think I intend to kill you?" With these words, Lia's tension eased a little, but Guan's next sentence made him nervous again. "If I really wanted to kill you, even the soul within your body wouldn't be able to help you. He can see through the soul within my body." Lia was shocked. This was more alarming than wanting to kill him. Guan raised his hand and, with a wave, summoned the North Sea heavy sword into his hand. In his hand, the 10,000-pound sword felt as light as a feather, but the wind stirred by the sword represented its true weight. Seeing him hold the sword, Lia's heart leaped into his throat, not understanding what he intended to do. "Kid, your sword is too slow. Your growth rate disappoints me. How about I teach you a set of swordsmanship?" Guan's aged voice sounded, leaving Lia stunned. Chapter 98 Primordial Ancestor of Li Family. Power of Ephemera Sect. Teach me swordsmanship? Lia suspected he had misheard, but the other person did not seem to be joking. The ancestor's voice echoed in his mind. Don't doubt it. With his cultivation level, there's nothing on you worth calculating. Even if you include the entire Li family, that's still the case. It must be because of some relationship. He feels a certain responsibility to look after you. Guan gripped the North Sea heavy sword and raised it, pointing the blade at him. At this moment, Lia's heartbeat almost came to a halt. Being pointed at by the sword, he felt suffocated. Before he could think any further, the tip of the North Sea heavy sword emitted a burst of sword intent that swiftly penetrated his eyes, making his entire body go rigid. Upon closer inspection, a figure could be seen wielding a sword within his pupils, performing the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. It was unclear how much time had passed. When Lia woke up, there was no sign of Guan, only the North Sea heavy sword standing in front of him, unmoved by the autumn wind. Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. Lia murmured to himself. It seemed he had thought of something, and his face changed dramatically. He exclaimed in shock. This sword intent belongs to Sword Venerable Fudao. He had visited the Heavenly Repair Platform, deeply impressed by the sword intent contained within the words, Righteous Path. Something unforgettable for him, as it represented the strongest sword cultivator in his perception. Ancestor. That person just now was Sword Venerable Fudao. He is not a demon cultivator. Lia instantly felt a surge of excitement, even clenching his fists. The intricacies of the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword made his blood boil, feeling that he had received a peerless inheritance, something even surpassing the dragon image Divine Primordial. As long as he mastered the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword, he had confidence in sweeping across all the geniuses of his era. Leo was excited for quite some time before he suddenly realized the Ancestor hadn't spoken, and he couldn't help but ask in his mind, "Ancestor, why aren't you speaking?" He was somewhat panicked. Could it be that the Ancestor had been captured by Sword Venerable Fu Dao? Despite frequently bickering with the Ancestor, without him within, he wouldn't have nearly the same level of confidence walking through the world of immortal cultivation. "I'm still here." The Ancestor's voice rang out, instantly soothing Li Ya's panic. Right after, the Ancestor's words puzzled Li Ya. The Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword is a Li family swordsmanship. The Emperor-level sword technique is just an incomplete version of the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. Li was moved. No one in this era could possibly know the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. It had already vanished during my lifetime. The existing Emperor-level sword technique was something I compiled. The Ancestor's tone became complex. Li swallowed carefully and asked, "Ancestor, what do you mean? Make it clear." He could be the primordial ancestor of the Li family, which might explain his care for you and me. The Ancestor said faintly, "The primordial ancestor of the Li family." Li Ya's eyes widened. His mouth opened, wanting to say something, but the words were stuck in his throat, unable to be spoken. After guiding Li Ya, Xuan did not linger in the North Sea Mountain. He sped quickly towards the Supreme Sect. He would return to the North Sea Mountain in a month to improve a combat technique. 6 months later, he would begin accumulating a lifespan of millions of years. Xuan did not return directly to Mystic Valley, but headed to the Outer Gate City. In a good mood, he planned to stroll around today. He first visited the Heavenly Repair Platform, seeing that after all these years, the number of cultivators on the platform remained high. There were over 5 great cultivators of the Void Crossing realm on the platform, including the Ghost Mother of Ephemera. The Mad Swordsman of Great Yu, Han Ming, was still there. Under his guidance, Zuolin's swordsmanship had seen some progress, which had restored some of his hope. Zhuo Yijian had already left. According to Zuolin, he had become obsessed with the Investiture of the Gods, believing he could understand his own sword Dao from that book. "Master!" A joyful voice came from a distance. Xuan turned his head to see Jin Qin, dressed in a law enforcement hall's robe, approaching briskly. Xuan smiled, and when she reached him, he asked with a smile, "How have you been lately?" Jin Qin, following Yilan, had a pretty comfortable life in the law enforcement hall, and her cultivation level was steadily improving. "Just the usual. By the way, Master, did you hear? Senior brother Su has joined the Ephemerous sect." Jin Qin spoke of Su Han, her face full of worry. Xuan replied, "Everyone has their choices. We can't interfere, let him be." He had advised Su Han back then, even promising not to cripple his cultivation, but it was of no use. Since that was the case, Xuan could only respect Su Han's choice. From now on, as long as Su Han wasn't about to die in front of him, he would not bother with any of Su Han's troubles. Sigh, I wonder if I will ever get a chance to meet him again in this lifetime. Jin Qin's tone was filled with sorrow. Xuan couldn't help but ruffle her hair, smiling. "You've really grown up, getting sentimental about everything now." The master and disciple stood on the edge of the Heavenly Repair Platform, chatting for some time. Jin Qin eventually needed to continue her patrol, so she took her leave. Xuan watched her back, feeling a wave of mixed emotions. In 200 years, this girl would no longer be around. Even as a Mahayana realm cultivator, he temporarily had no way to change someone else's limit on lifespan, nor did he intend to. After all, reincarnation was the norm for all beings. If he forcibly changed someone else's fate, it would only form an obsession, and if he ultimately failed, it would bring him immense pain. Everything around him was just fragments of life. What he sought was eternal life, of course. He wouldn't reject social interactions, as human connections formed the essence of life. After inspecting the Heavenly Repair Platform, Xuan turned to leave. He headed towards the Elixir Hall, hearing many disciples along the way discussing the Ephemerous sect. The momentum of the Ephemerous sect was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed poised to unify the demon path. Xuan did not pay much attention to this. The Ephemerous sect posed no threat to the Supreme sect, and even if it did, it would not threaten him. How to increase the lifespan income from the Medicine Valley was what he cared about more. Even as a Mahayana realm cultivator, Xuan did not want to go on a killing spree, but continued to accumulate lifespan through medicinal herbs, keeping a low profile. After all, he was not sure if he was truly invincible in the world. Rationality told him that he was still far from being invincible. The fact that Spirit Lord Lu Lingjun ascended proved it. This world was vast. An ancient hour later, Xuan arrived at the Great Elder's residence to visit Jiang Qiong. Jiang Qiong was in the residence, and after he entered the hall, Jiang Qiong waved her sleeve, closing the door. Xuan took out the medicinal herbs he had previously gathered, and Jiang Qiong didn't check but moved the herbs aside with a wave of her sleeve, then looked at him and said, "I am leaving." Xuan was curious and asked, "Where to?" "The Supreme Sect's suspicion towards me is growing, and I can sense the killing intent approaching. I plan to join the Ephemerous sect." Jiang Qiong said calmly, "The Ephemerous sect again? What exactly was this Ephemerous sect?" Xuan thought for a moment, then took out several green vine fruit from his storage bag, saying, "Take these with you." Jiang Qiong glanced at the green vine fruits on the ground, smiling. "You didn't pocket any yourself?" The green vine fruits couldn't be produced in a short time. The fact that Xuan could take out so many indicated that he hadn't been using them himself. "My aptitude is average. Increasing qi blood would only draw attention and bring disaster. It's better to remain ordinary." Xuan shook his head as he spoke. Jiang Qiong laughed. "You're really without desires or demands. You say your aptitude is average, but your comprehension of sword Dao is very strong, right? But I don't like practicing swordsmanship, nor do I want to become a swordsman. If you found me a master, imagine a Foundation Establishment realm swordsman with peerless swordsmanship. Would he have a good time?" Xuan said seriously. Jiang Qiong felt it made sense. In the world of immortal cultivation, cultivation level was the most crucial. She no longer dwelled on this matter and instead said, "The Ephemerous sect and the Supreme sect will inevitably have a battle. Once I establish myself in the Ephemerous sect, perhaps in the future, I can come to get you." Another war? Xuan couldn't help but frown. Why was the Supreme sect always so troubled? This Ephemerous sect is not simple. It might be an external force. Half of the pavilion masters of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion have already submitted to the Ephemerous sect. Even though I was hiding within the Supreme sect, they managed to reach out to me. Their intelligence capabilities are quite terrifying. Jiang Qiong said with a sigh. The hand of the Ephemerous sect had already stretched into the Supreme sect. Xuan couldn't help but ask, "You didn't mention me, did you? How could I? With your cultivation level, even if I did, they wouldn't be interested." Jiang Qiong rolled her eyes at him. Xuan smiled. This expression made him look naive in Jiang Qiong's eyes. This foolish disciple. Jiang Qiong shook her head with a smile, worried about how he would stand his ground in the future. She reminded, "The new Great Elder of the Outer Sect is rumored to be very ruthless. Be careful. Recently, someone from the Law Enforcement Hall was investigating you. Depending solely on your junior sister's protection might not be enough. When you go to the 8 Sina Caves, be more observant and cautious and avoid selling green vine fruits anymore." Xuan nodded. "I will keep that in mind." After chatting for about 30 minutes, Xuan took his leave. After leaving the Great Elder's residence, Xuan hurried towards Mystic Valley. Autumn passed, and winter came, slowly covering Mystic Valley with snow. One day, Mystic Valley received a guest. Xuan entertained the guest in the pavilion. The sect leader is already instructed, from now on, if you encounter any problems in the outer sect, you can come directly to me. LV Songhan said with a warm smile, appearing very enthusiastic. This was the new Great Elder of the outer sect. LV Songhan's hair was entirely white, but his face did not look old, and when he smiled, he seemed like a big, naive individual. Despite his enthusiasm towards Xuan, he was actually a nascent soul realm cultivator, and, as described by Jiang Qiong, a rather challenging figure. Xuan raised his cup, smiling. "Thank you, Elder LV, for your care." They exchanged drinks, becoming more and more animated in conversation, eventually addressing each other as brothers. At noon, Guan finally saw LV Songhan off. After he left, Yang and I appeared beside him like a ghost, marveling. "You really are getting more impressive, even making brothers with a nascent soul realm cultivator." Guan shrugged. "You can call me Brother Gu as well." "Looking for a fight?" Yang and I glared at him, poised as if ready to draw her sword. Guan cleared his throat and said, "I heard the Ephemeris sect is rising. Be more vigilant in Mystic Valley. Don't let the thieves from the Ephemeris sect steal the medicinal herbs." Yang and I nodded slightly after hearing this. Afterward, Guan turned and left, watched by Yang and I as he left through the transmission array platform. Strange, why did he suddenly mention the Ephemeris sect to me? Could it be that he has guessed my identity? Yang and I thought with a frown. Chapter 99, Limitless Freedom Step. Supreme Elder. Late in the night, snow was pouring down heavily, covering the North Sea mountain range. Guan sat on the cliff. He had already activated the lifespan barrier and was investing 10,000 years of his lifespan into the infinite traceless mystic heaven step. The infinite traceless mystic heaven step successfully advanced to the limitless freedom step and reached the peak creation realm. The spiritual energy sank in as he began to inherit the limitless freedom step. An hour later, Guan opened his eyes, having fully inherited the limitless freedom step. The limitless freedom step could predict the opponent's attack trajectory, cross restrictions and formations, and walk on Dharma aspects with infinite wondrous applications. It was capable of both fighting and escaping. In another month, he would enhance the great yin-yang transformation. The advanced cultivation technique of Demon Shadow Divine Skill could conceal identities, which suited his immortal cultivation traditions well. Guan stood up and flew towards the Supreme Sect. Along the way, he expanded his divine sense to search for Li. Li was training his sword skills by the lake in the North Sea very diligently. It was unknown when he would master the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. Guan began to look forward to the duel between Li and Hao. Both of them performing the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword at the same time would be an astonishing and unbelievable sight. It was too interesting. Guan then began to search for Sky Dragon, but it turned out Sky Dragon was not in the North Sea mountain range at all. Could have been chased away by the demons of the North Sea mountain range? As for the possibility of being eaten, it wasn't impossible. If it were eaten, it could only blame its bad fate. Before the sky fully brightened, Guan quickly returned to the Mystic Valley. The new year arrived, and the spring festival began. LV Tian came, bringing along his newly accepted disciple on how to celebrate the spring festival at the Third Medicine Valley. And Hao went to the outer sect to bring an Xian over. The grown-up in Xian was graceful and elegant, standing next to Hao like a match made in heaven. The Third Medicine Valley, with its 300 servant disciples, was bustling with noise and excitement. Guan planned to visit the Mystic Valley in the evening to maintain balance. Guan and LV Tian sat under the old tree, drinking and chatting about the trifles of the Third Medicine Valley, a conversation LV Tian enjoyed. As LV Tian put it, having lived for hundreds of years, his most comfortable days were in the Third Medicine Valley. Since you miss our Medicine Valley so much, why not give up the position of sect leader and return to the countryside? Guan asked with a smile. Familiar enough with LV Tian, he dared to joke now. Of course, his greatest confidence lay in his own Mahayana realm cultivation level. LV Tian shook his head, smiling. Without advancement, one regresses. If I relinquish the sect leader position, it won't be long before I am labeled a traitor of the Supreme Sect, showered with all kinds of slander, perhaps even accused of being a demon path spy. Moreover, the LV family and Gu family, who support me, won't allow me to step down. In the Supreme Sect, cultivation level is paramount, but sometimes it's not all that matters. His tone was meaningful, as if hinting at Gu, and changed the topic and said, "Recently, a sect called the Ephemera sect emerged in the Immortal cultivation world. You must have heard of it, right? Having stayed in the Supreme sect for long, he had developed feelings for it. LV Batian nodded slightly, then picked up the wine pot and poured wine for Xuan, saying, "The Supreme sect has long known of the Ephemera sect's existence. 200 years ago, the Ephemera sect tried to infiltrate the Taizong dynasty. At that time, the imperial family was under their control. I led the Supreme sect into battle against the Ephemera sect in the North Sea, driving them back. The Ephemera sect's resurgence likely comes from thinking the Supreme sect is weakened by the recent war. Indeed, the Supreme sect is temporarily unable to stop the Ephemera sect from consuming the demon path." Xuan asked in confusion, "What should we do? Let them grow unchecked?" LV Batian calmly replied, "No matter. The Ephemera sect planted spies in the Supreme sect, and we did the same in their sect. The Ephemera sect has many branches, but we haven't figured out their origins yet. Know thyself, know thy enemy, 100 battles, 100 victories. Let's wait and see. Besides, I am preparing to break through to challenge heavenly destiny." This was called no matter? Not even knowing how strong the enemy was. Xuan felt LV Batian was just pretending to stay calm. The real reason for not acting against the Ephemera sect was to break through first. Speaking of the Ephemera sect, I plan to send 10 of the most talented young disciples from the sect to the Third Medicine Valley. They can protect you while learning to cultivate their minds with you. LV Batian laughed. Xuan was stunned and helplessly asked, "What can they learn here? I can't teach them anything." "You don't need to teach them. Just immersing in the life here and calming their minds will be enough." LV Batian shook his head. Xuan suddenly suspected whether this guy recognized him as Sword Venerable Fudao. Otherwise, why treat him so well and now send talents to assist him? Under the name of mind cultivation, was it actually to have Sword Venerable Fudao guide them? Xuan began to test LV Batian, asking why not let Sword Venerable Fudao guide these disciples instead. Isn't Sword Venerable Fudao said to be the strongest in the Immortal cultivation world? LV Batian frowned and replied, "To be honest, we don't have the slightest clue about Sword Venerable Fudao's identity. He might be a hidden ascetic. Such examples are not uncommon in the Supreme sect, founded for thousands of years with disciples numbering over 1 million. Some disciples encounter great opportunities, change their destiny, yet prefer to stay low-key. There's also a possibility that Sword Venerable Fudao is one of the Supreme Elders. These Supreme Elders appear and disappear unpredictably. Reflecting on the two characters righteous on the Heavenly Repair platform, it's likely a Supreme Elder pointing out the Supreme Sect's ethos. So there really were Supreme Elders. No wonder LV Batian wasn't panicked. What truly reassured Gu and was LV Batian seemed not to suspect him being Sword Venerable Fudao. Just as he thought more, he suddenly felt his previous worries were indeed excessive. How old was he? How could he possibly be Sword Venerable Fudao? At most, they might think he had a connection with Sword Venerable Fudao. With worries dispelled, Xuan asked, "Sect leader, if you successfully break through, can you sweep through the Ephemera sect?" LV Batian smiled. "If the Ephemera sect is still at the level of 200 years ago, one breakthrough from me could sweep through them alone. Kid, do you know what my cultivation level is?" He raised his chin, full of pride. Xuan pondered, "It should be above divinity transformation, right?" "Huh." LV Batian burst into laughter, attracting others from afar. Xuan watched him boast, secretly feeling pleased. Above divinity transformation is void crossing. Above void crossing is unification, and I am at the 9th layer of the unification realm. LV Batian softly said. As he spoke, Xuan clearly sensed his spiritual power spreading out, forming a barrier to prevent other disciples from overhearing. Xuan showed a shocked expression, muttering to himself, "The 9th layer of the unification realm. How many years of cultivation would that take?" "Haha, with your talent, it's hard to say if you'll reach nascent soul in this life, let alone unification." If you become my disciple, my cultivation will be yours in the future. LV Tian revealed his intent again, his tone full of temptation. Xuan's face showed yearning and joy, pleasing LV Tian. This kid got the hint. Forget it, reaching great heights isn't always good. Like you, even with high cultivation, there are times you can't be carefree. How high is enough? Enjoying life isn't more meaningful? Xuan shook his head, making LV Tian want to spit blood. This kid truly didn't understand the dangers of the immortal cultivation world. If not for the supreme sect protection, how could Xuan be so carefree? LV Tian wanted to speak, but recalling Xuan's opinions on the outer sect and his guidance, he held back. The reason he valued Xuan was precisely his character. If a content Xuan became sect leader, it would benefit the supreme sect. He might not want it now, but could in the future. Anyway, his limit was far away. LV Tian convinced himself. Xuan then asked, "Sect leader, what's above the unification realm?" He was probing the supreme sect's depth. LV Tian snorted, "Become my disciple, and he'll tell you. Why insist on me as your disciple? Haven't you accepted, and how? Why not cultivate him as sect leader?" His background is unclear, also had Chu Qianqi as a teacher. "I accepted him for his talent, not trust him." "So you entirely trust me?" "Of course, I've investigated you. Raised by Ji family, linked to Li Xiandao, possibly Thousand Autumn Pavilion, but I see you're helpless, linked to Li Xiandao for Lia, Thousand Autumn Pavilion for the former Valley Master." LV Tian finished, wearing a perceptive look. Xuan was moved. His expression greatly satisfied LV Tian. "Unexpected, you knew. Indeed, am helpless. Need to sever ties later?" Xuan asked nervously. LV Tian waved. "No need, as before. Severance brings trouble. May glean info from you. Supreme Sect has countless spies, over 1,000 known, I don't touch." Xuan couldn't judge him and gave a respectful look. LV Tian grew more smug, then spoke of past chaos caused by spies. Each chaos, LV Tian would sweep spies, publicly at least. He secretly kept half, targeting internal rivals as demon spies, wiping them too. Surviving spies received promotions, deeply feeling trusted, either reforming or being bolder, setting up LV Tian's next purge. The two talked long. Xuan realized LV Tian was teaching sect handling. Until evening, Xuan dined with disciples in Mystic Valley. Feeling joyous, Xuan declared Lu Jujia as senior disciple, managing Medicine Valley matters. Lu Jujia was bewildered. Yang and I frowned, thinking he suspects me. Never interacted with Lu Jujia, suddenly making him senior disciple. She felt she needed to act. Chapter 100. Shinjo Scripture. The fear of the unification realm Gu and didn't know what Yang and I was thinking. He chose Lu Jujia simply because there was no one else to choose. As for Yang and I, in his eyes, she would eventually have to leave, so he didn't even consider her for the position of senior disciple. When it was late at night and the banquet had ended, everyone returned to their rooms. Xuan quietly made his way to the 8 Sina caves. Lately, he had been delving into the myriad poison mystic skill and had gained considerable insight. He came to the green vine tree, and with a thought, a figure emerged from a hole, moving as fast as the wind, brushing through the grass along the way. The figure was none other than Meng Lang, now transformed into a poison corpse. Xuan manipulated Meng Lang with his mind, directing him to pick a mature medicinal herb. After Meng Lang picked it, Xuan waited for a long time without receiving any notification of lifespan absorption. The plan failed. It seemed he would have to do it himself from now on. Xuan felt a little regretful, but not disappointed. The harvest from the 3rd Medicine Valley and Tian Valley were already substantial. His yearly lifespan income was at least 100,000 years and was still growing. In less than a century, he could reach a lifespan of tens of millions of years. At such a speed, Xuan was already very satisfied. After all, for ordinary cultivators, how many realms could they cultivate in 100 years? Xuan sent Meng Lang back to the cave, then took out the heavenly resident's sword and began practicing the wood spirit sword technique. The next morning, Xuan came down from the attic and led the disciples in their exercises. Yang and I also joined in. After the exercises, Yang and I quickly headed for the forest. Xuan felt something was off about her. She was acting very strangely today, so he observed her and saw her planting seeds in the forest. His eyebrows raised slightly. Those seeds looked unfamiliar. As a Mahayana realm cultivator with a photographic memory and keen observation, he could tell at a glance that those seeds were of a species he had never seen before. He immediately walked over and came up behind Yang and I. "What are you planting?" Xuan asked curiously, throwing a lifespan detection at her palm as she stood up. Ephemera, 6th grade 0/120/5000, a 6th grade spirit flower, and its name was Ephemera. Xuan couldn't help but associate it with the Ephemera sect. Yang and I answered, "I got these from an enemy's storage bag a long time ago. I don't know their exact name. These seeds have been in my bag for decades, and I just thought to plant them today." "Really?" Xuan mused. Yang and I observed his expression and said, "Yes. Is it forbidden to plant them?" "Go ahead." Xuan smiled and didn't point out the origin of the flower. Yang and I wanted to plant a 6th grade spirit flower. How could he refuse? Anyway, the medicinal herbs she planted would also be picked by him. Soon, Xuan encouraged Yang and I with a few words and then turned and left. Yang and I looked at his back, unable to figure him out more and more. I'm actually being fooled by a foundation establishment boy. Yang and I thought with self-mockery, then squatted down to continue planting the ephemera. No matter what Xuan guessed, as long as he allowed her to plant the ephemera, she would plant it. She glanced at Xuan's back and thought to herself, "When I make a name for myself, they'll spare your life and then recommend you to join the ephemera sect." Having spent so many years together, she quite liked Xuan, thinking it would be a shame if such a talented junior died in the sex conflicts. Someone like him should be brought into the ephemera sect to continue shining brightly. After the new year, everything revived, and the supreme sect became bustling again. In early March, Xuan and Xuan were discussing books in the tower when they suddenly felt something, setting down their books. Xuan cleared his throat and said, "Put these things away." Xuan's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly put all the drawings on the table into her storage bag. After tidying up, they went downstairs. They came to the open space in front of the attic, looking up at the sky where a group of cultivators was flying towards them. Xuan saw a familiar face, Ji Xiaoyu. A total of 11 cultivators, Xuan continuously used lifespan detection. Except for the leading cultivator, the other 10 were all under 100 years old. The lowest cultivation level was at the 8th layer of the core formation realm, with 2 even reaching the nascent soul realm. Under 100 years old and at the nascent soul realm, their talent was frightening. These geniuses had a minimum lifespan limit of 2,000 years. The leading cultivator was LV Chun, with a cultivation level of the 2nd layer of the void crossing realm. After landing, he cupped his hands towards Xuan and said, "These are the disciples assigned here by the sect leader. They are now in your care, Valley Master." He was very polite to Xuan, without the arrogance of a great cultivator in the void crossing realm. This made Xuan curious about how LV Tian managed his affairs. Everyone in the LV family was skilled at handling people. Xuan raised his hand in salute and said, "Thank you, Senior." LV Chun, seeing his etiquette was proper, smiled and nodded before leaving swiftly. Xuan looked at the 10 supreme sect geniuses, who also scrutinized him in turn. "Miss Shun, why are you here?" A man in blue clothes frowned and asked, looking displeased with Xuan standing behind Xuan. This man was named Lu Yu, with a cultivation level at the 9th layer of the core formation realm and a maximum lifespan of 2,409 years. Xuan ignored him and said to Xuan, "Since you have guests in your medicine valley, we'll be leaving. Next time, we'll be alone." Having said that, she leapt into the air, quickly disappearing behind the mountains. Alone? Everyone looked at Xuan with strange expressions, Lu Yu's eyes flashing with a cold gleam. "Lu Yu has become hostile towards you and wants to attack you." Do you want to perform a lifespan detection on him? He wants to attack me? How deep was this hatred? Xuan said, Ms. Xuan and I just like to read books and occasionally discuss them. We have no other relationship. She also told me that her goal for a Daoist partner is the sword venerable Fu Dao. Everyone, being young geniuses, couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Lu Yu smiled awkwardly and threw an apologetic glance at Xuan. They weren't fools. LV Tian had personally named Xuan to look after them, so Xuan must be extraordinary. Even if he wasn't, he was still LV Tian's man, and they wouldn't dare offend him. Geniuses were favored by the Supreme Sect, but being a genius didn't mean they could do whatever they wanted. At least, if LV Tian wanted to deal with them, even their families would have to think twice. Ji Xiaoyu then asked, Valley Master, what should we do? Just give your orders. As soon as she spoke, the others restrained their smiles and looked at Xuan with anticipation. The sect leader had said that coming here would cultivate their hearts, and they subconsciously believed that cultivating the heart would help their cultivation. Xuan smiled and said, Follow me then. Don't complain about being tired or bitter. No one can stop halfway. Only trash quits halfway. Upon hearing this, the geniuses became even more eager, looking at each other with eyes flashing like lightning. Geniuses always had a competitive spirit. Afterward, Xuan took them to a forest dozens of miles away, where they began clearing the land and then teaching them how to plant seeds. He then took them around to inspect the medicinal herbs. Although it was mundane work, the 10 disciples were very diligent, not even missing a single stone along the way. A few days later, someone couldn't hold back anymore. A disciple named Chongcong stopped and looked at Xuan, asking in a deep voice, Are you messing with us? Is cultivating the heart just making us be medicine boys? The others looked at Gu, and as well, even Ji Xiaoyu frowned. Xuan knew this wouldn't work, but LV Tian insisted on it. After a sigh, he took out 10 books from his storage bag and threw them to the 10 geniuses. Everyone was delighted, catching the books eagerly. Shenzhou Scripture, someone read the title, and their eyes lit up. The name alone hinted at something profound. Xuan turned away and said, Figure out yourselves. Having said that, he turned and left, leaving the group to start reading the book. Lu Yu opened the first page and read, The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Xuan, with his back to them, smiled. The Shenzhou Scripture wasn't the Tao Te Ching. He had merely pieced together classic ancient quotes from Huaxia, creating a random collection that sounded profound enough. He couldn't bear to write out the Tao Te Ching. If someone truly comprehended something from it, that would be too much. Since getting the Shenzhou Scripture, Ji Xiaoyu and the others found their own places to meditate, not disturbing each other. The third Medicine Valley didn't have its usual rhythm disrupted. 5 days later, Ji Xiaoyu closed the Shenzhou Scripture and looked at the busy servant disciples in the valley below. She pondered for a while, then got up and walked down to help. A genius sitting on the opposite mountain top observed her actions, apparently having an epiphany, and also started descending. Though they couldn't comprehend the Shenzhou Scripture, it certainly seemed profound. They linked it to Gu An's initial arrangements, thinking they might gain insight in the agricultural work. Another 10 days passed, and the other genius disciples all joined in the Medicine Valley's tasks. They diligently worked each day, reading the Shenzhou Scripture during breaks and practicing qi absorption cultivation at night. This made Xuan quite satisfied. As expected of the 10 top geniuses chosen by LV Tian, putting aside their talent, they indeed weren't fools. If they believed something was right, they were determined to do it and persist. Before he knew it, half a year had passed. Xuan reached the age of 59. On this day, he was in Tian Valley, having just finished harvesting medicinal herbs, when he suddenly felt something and his expression changed. He handed the herbs to Sunda beside him and quickly left Tian Valley. This left Luo Hun and the others in the valley puzzled, but they didn't think much of it. Ever since knowing Gu and mastered the mystic tortoise surging wave palm, Lucien no longer bothered Gu and her others. He secluded himself for cultivation, as if possessed, his cultivation level increasing rapidly. At this rate, he would form a nascent soul within a few years. After leaving the 100-mile range of Tian Valley, Xuan vanished into thin air. 3 steps later, he crossed thousands of miles, arriving at Mystic Valley, and then reached the third Medicine Valley through a transmission array platform. As he stepped out of the platform, he quickly walked towards the Mystic Pure Tree. The Mystic Pure Tree was still there, but there was someone in front of it, standing and observing. From a distance, Xuan performed a lifespan detection. Zhong Ying, 4th layer of Unification Realm, 860/2800/3100. This guy had cultivated a special sorcery, with his apparent level only at the 2nd layer of the Nascent Soul Realm. Xuan was intrigued by Zhong Ying's cultivation technique. Although a Mahayana Realm Divine Sense could see that he was hiding his level, it couldn't see everything clearly. Xuan approached the Mystic Pure Tree and said, "I am Xuan, the master of this Medicine Valley. May I ask who you are?" Zhong Ying, in a Taoist robe with a sharp face, small eyes, and a goatee, looked like a bad guy. He raised his hand with a smile and said, "I am an inner sect disciple named Zhong Ying, passing by here and sensing the extraordinariness of this tree. Could it be the legendary Mystic Pure Tree?" Xuan stepped forward, gripping his wrist lightly with the strength of the Foundation Establishment Realm, and said with a smile, "Indeed, it is the Mystic Pure Tree. Do you want it?" Zhong Ying found it amusing, thinking this little Foundation Establishment cultivator dared to lay hands on him. The Supreme Sect must have no one left to assign a Foundation Establishment cultivator to cultivate the Mystic Pure Tree. Then again, such a person wouldn't attract attention. Zhong Ying intended to break free using the strength of the Nascent Soul Realm, thinking it would be enough to make the other party look bad. However, in the next second, his expression changed. His eyes narrowed, his brows furrowed, and he began to struggle with force. His expression changed again, showing astonishment. Then his face was overtaken by fear. How could this be? Chapter 1: A One Wind of Ephemera. Archenemy. Zhong Ying's eyes widened, his voice trembling. He couldn't believe what he was feeling. He had exerted all his strength, but still couldn't break free from Xuan's grasp. It wasn't just that he couldn't break free. He couldn't even unleash his power. Under normal circumstances, the power of someone in the Unification Realm exploding would instantly collapse this Medicine Valley. His chi and spiritual power couldn't escape from his body. An unimaginable force was suppressing him all over, a feeling he had never experienced before. He was a cultivator in the Unification Realm, in a place of 9 dynasties. He came and went as he pleased. Despair filled Zhong Ying's heart as he realized he was doomed, but he didn't want to die. "Spare me, Senior." Zhong Ying gritted his teeth, pleading without any pride of the Unification Realm. Xuan had already isolated the surrounding space with his spiritual power, making their conversation inaudible to the outside world. He had a general guess about Zhong Ying's identity, so he didn't immediately resort to killing. He asked, "Give me a reason not to kill you." Up until now, Zhong Ying hadn't harbored hostility towards Xuan, likely out of utter fear. "I'm known as the Ghost Thief. I came to steal the Mystic Pure Tree, not for myself, but for the mortal world. Senior, since you are an expert of the Supreme Sect, you should understand the disparity in resources in the immortal cultivation world. The Supreme Sect occupies too many cultivation resources, while the spirit energy is scarce among commoners. Those without distinguished family backgrounds simply cannot break through. At this rate, the immortal cultivation world will only belong to aristocrats." Zhong Ying spoke quickly, and towards the end, his eyes even reddened. Xuan felt a pang of admiration, thinking, what excellent acting. He agreed with the ghost thief's idea of protecting the common people, which was truly chivalrous. "However, you can't steal from me. You already know my strength. I have to kill you to prevent any leaks," Xuan said expressionlessly. At these words, Zhong Ying nearly had his soul scared out of his body. His eyes darted as if thinking of something, and he quickly said, I have a curse technique that can make me completely obey you without defiance. If I defy you, I will suffer misfortune and die violently. An opportunity. He might be able to deceive him. The fear in Zhong Ying's heart subsided, replaced by excitement. Zhong Ying harbors hostility towards you and hates you to the bone. Would you like to use lifespan detection on him? Just when I was about to spare you, you bear hostility towards me. Interesting. Guan became intrigued and asked, what curse technique? Zhong Ying explained, this is the heavenly judgment curse. As long as we both form the skill style, I then swear to you, and it can be established. Fine. Come with me then. Let's find a secluded place to form the curse. Guan said, pulling Zhong Ying toward the distant transmission array platform. Zhong Ying was still suppressed by his spiritual power and couldn't move, but he felt relieved, thinking the other believed him. Being led by Guan, he pondered, who exactly is this person? To suppress someone in the unification realm so easily, could he have reached the mystic heart realm? Could he be a supreme elder in seclusion from the supreme sect? The more he thought, the more alarmed he became. This must be reported to the sect. Thus, they transmitted to the Mystic Valley and then left it. During this time, some disciples cast curious glances at them, but seeing they were chatting and laughing, quickly looked away. After leaving the Mystic Valley several miles behind, Guan confirmed no one was following and stopped. They stayed in the forest, where Zhong Ying was unable to break free from Gu An's spiritual power suppression. Zhong Ying smiled obsequiously and asked, Senior, can we begin? Guan nodded, also showing a smile. Seeing Gu An's smile, Zhong Ying's face changed drastically, sensing danger instinctively. Before he could think much, a powerful divine sense invaded his mind. Soul-capturing skill. In a dim great hall, Zhong Ying knelt on one knee, his gaze fixed on the mysterious shadow on the steps. The shadow was shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to discern the true form. Your energy concealing skill is the most formidable. You should probe the depths of the supreme sect. The mysterious shadow spoke in a cold male voice, devoid of any emotion. Zhong Ying hesitated. Tian has resumed his position as the sect leader of the supreme sect, and his cultivation is at the 9th layer of the unification realm. Are we really going to confront them head-on? The mysterious shadow responded, This is an order from the main line. We must annex the Taizong dynasty before the great calamity of the demons arrives. The Taizong dynasty, being coastal, is crucial to our sect's future plans. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ying asked excitedly, An order from the main line? Is the main line finally able to help us? Yes, the failure 200 years ago dissatisfied the main line. Though we have infiltrated the Taizong dynasty, compared to the achievements of other branches, we have embarrassed the ephemeris sect. You should first probe the foundation of the supreme sect. When a great cultivator from a mystic heart realm of the main line arrives, we will then wage war against the supreme sect. Hearing the mysterious shadow's words, Zhong Ying immediately agreed excitedly, seeing this as a great opportunity to earn merit. The scene shattered, and Gu An's divine sense continued to explore other memories of Zhong Ying. This scoundrel wasn't a ghost thief at all. He just borrowed the ghost thief's name to make the supreme sect prepare early. Thus he could understand how many powerhouses the sect concealed. The reason he didn't use the name of the ephemeris sect was to avoid alerting the enemy. If he failed, he could still survive as a ghost thief. The ghost thief acted righteously, and the supreme sect, being a righteous sect, might not kill a ghost thief. If it weren't for lifespan detection warning him, Guan might really have been deceived by him. For a long time. In reality, an hour passed in the forest. Zhong Ying fell dead in front of Guan with a thud, his eyes rolled back, his body stiff. He had been completely exorcised. His primordial spirit was shattered by Gu An's powerful spiritual power, and his soul perished before his body. Guan expressionlessly took Zhong Ying's storage bag, then burned his corpse with spirit power fire. Killing Zhong Ying awarded him 240 years of lifespan, but this did not improve his mood. In Zhong Ying's memory, there was no heavenly judgment curse. What Guan saw was his heinous acts of murder, pillaging, extermination, bullying female cultivators, refining souls to make ghost devices, and more. A truly evil person. This sharply worsened Gu An's impression of the Ephemeris sect. He had previously thought the conflict between the Ephemeris sect and the Supreme sect was just a normal sect rivalry. But now he believed life under the Ephemeris sect's rule would be much worse. Although the Supreme sect also had darkness within, the cultivators at the Unification Realm were not as debased. Mystic Heart Realm, Guan thought to himself, then turned and left. The autumn wind blew into the forest, scattering Zhong Ying's ashes. In the air, the ashes completely disappeared, leaving no trace. Guan first went to the 8 scenic caves to check Zhong Ying's storage bag, destroying anything suspect to prevent revealing the location of the 8 scenic caves, keeping only the cultivation resources. The storage bag of a great cultivator in the Unification Realm was indeed extraordinary. Countless magic artifacts, strange and varied, many elixirs, and even quite a few low-level elixirs. After spending an hour sorting through them, Guan finally left the 8 scenic caves. Returning to the Mystic Valley, Guan went to find Yang Ni to see how the ephemeras were growing. He found Yang Ni meditating in the ephemera garden, cultivating. Previously, she had been absorbed in her cultivation and wasn't attracted by Gu and Zhong Ying. Normally, people from the Elixir Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, and G family would occasionally visit Guan, so she was accustomed to it. Of course, the main reason was that Zhong Ying's energy-concealing sorcery was extremely powerful. "Why are you cultivating here?" Guan asked, noticing that Yang Ni was absorbing the spiritual energy from the ephemeras, which wasn't beneficial for their growth. Yang Ni opened her eyes and said, "Cultivating in the valley to avoid exposing my cultivation level." Guan directly pulled her up and led her to his pavilion, saying, "Cultivate in my room. I recently set a restriction there. The disciples cannot spy on what happens inside." Yang Ni frowned, but couldn't directly refuse Guan, and could only follow him back to the valley. Winter arrived, and snow covered the 3rd Medicine Valley. Guan was reading in his room when Ji Xiaoyu suddenly visited him. He quickly put away the Supreme Secret records and got up to greet Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu closed the door and set a restriction, then asked, "Did you gain the insights from the Shinjo scripture in a dream?" After studying the Shinjo scripture for half a year, she had many insights. Guan solemnly said, "This is not a cultivation technique, but life philosophy. It helps you stabilize your mind. A calm mind allows you to cultivate better." "Not gleaned from a dream?" "Of course not. I encountered an elder in the outer sect who gave me the Shinjo scripture, saying something about the simplicity of the Tao and a bunch of other things. Over the years, I have often studied the Shinjo scripture, and though my cultivation hasn't grown, my state of mind has become increasingly calm and open. Nothing worries me anymore, and I am not obsessed with anything." Guan shook his head as he spoke. Hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu gave him a deep look. Ji Xiaoyu said, "This book is indeed useful. My state of mind has become much calmer since reading it, and I no longer think about things I can't achieve for now. I want to take this book back to the Ji family. Do you agree? If so, I will try to get you a 7th grade spirit tree. The Ji family's resources are no less than the Supreme Sect's. Of course, if you disagree, I will not force it and promise not to leak the Shinjo scripture. A 7th grade spirit tree? The Ji family has such resources?" Guan suppressed his excitement and said calmly, "Of course I agree. The thoughts of Kongzi mentioned in the scriptures are about conveying one's philosophy to the world. How can I keep it private?" The Shinjo scripture was a compilation of sayings from Laozi, Kongzi, Zhuangzi, and other ancient saints of Huaxia. Guan had marked their names in the book to construct their immortal images. Hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu smiled and began discussing the Shinjo scripture with Guan. They talked for a long time before she took her leave. Just before reaching the door, Ji Xiaoyu turned around and said to Guan, "Now that you hold such a significant position in the 3rd Medicine Valley, your status has changed. You must have heard of the Ephemerse sect. If someone from the Ephemerse sect tries to recruit you, do not agree. Why? The Ephemerse sect acts deceitfully and is not righteous. Engaging with them won't lead to good outcomes, and the G family is their archenemy. The real reason must be the latter, right? Xuan silently mocked, while also sensing the pressure the Ephemerse sect was exerting on the Supreme sect. Ji Xiaoyu's words surely implied she knew many had been recruited by the Ephemerse sect. Chapter 102 Defying Destiny. The green vine trees fear Xuan waited for over half a year, passing his 60th birthday, yet still hadn't received the Ji family's 7th-tier spirit tree. He believed Ji Xiaoyu wouldn't deceive him, just that the Ji family's processes were a bit complicated and required more time. In comparison, the Supreme Sect was much more efficient, having quickly delivered the mystic pure tree they promised. On a scorching summer day, Xuan was sowing seeds in the 3rd Medicine Valley. Guyu was beside him, chatting nonstop about the Supreme Immortal Venerable. This year, the plot of the Supreme Immortal Venerable reached its climax, with the protagonist Guyu teaming up with the second male, Li Zhou Tongyu, to battle the demon, causing chaos in the world, tantalizing countless readers. Xuan was in a good mood because he had just spent 10,000 years of his lifespan last night to advance the great yin-yang transformation to the 9 extremes yin-yang body. The 9 extremes yin-yang body retained its previous abilities to prevent spying and deduce causality, and added a doppelganger technique, allowing him to create 9 doppelgangers. He could manipulate them to fight or carry out tasks. Upon returning, he specifically tested using a doppelganger to pick medicinal herbs, but unfortunately, just like before, it didn't extend his lifespan. He could only be down to earth. While burying seeds, Xuan pondered what combat techniques to enhance next. Originally, he wanted to improve once a month, but in the past year, he frequently sensed great cultivators from the Unification Realm battling in the North Sea Mountains, so he delayed his plans to become stronger. Guyu couldn't help but look at Xuan and asked, "Hey, were you seriously listening?" Without looking up, Xuan casually replied, "I can't write the book according to your ideas. Just wait and see. How long will it take to finish the Supreme Immortal Venerable?" Guyu asked quietly. In a 10-mile radius, only the 2 of them were present, so they weren't worried about being overheard. "It should be soon. Not many years left. What will you write next?" "We'll see. I might not write anymore." "No way. If you stop writing, it would be a huge loss for the immortal cultivation world. It would actually be a good thing if I stop. Cultivators shouldn't waste time sneaking around reading books every day." "Nonsense. Who reads every day? You write only a few words a year. We all read in our spare time from cultivation." The 2 began to bicker. When Guyu took out the latest Supreme secret records, Xuan finally believed he hadn't been slacking off reading books. Xuan stored the Supreme secret records in his storage bag, then asked, "Have there been any significant events in the immortal cultivation world recently?" Guyu secretly despised his actions, then said, "Indeed, there have. The Demon Path and the Ephemerse sect have been battling in the North Sea Mountains for over half a year now. The Thousand Autumn Pavilion and the Wanine sect were almost wiped out by the Ephemerse sect and are almost disbanded. At this rate, in 2 or 3 years, the Ephemerse sect could unify the Demon Path." Mentioning the Ephemerse sect made his tone excited again. The Ephemerse sect and the Supreme sect are bound to clash, and this battle will unify the immortal cultivation world of the Taizong dynasty. The sect isn't in a hurry, which suggests they are confident of victory. Hearing this, Xuan couldn't help but think of LV Baitian's lifespan limit, doubting whether LV Baitian could successfully break through. Regarding the lifespan limit, Xuan was helpless. He couldn't just point out the existence of the lifespan limit to others. The lifespan limit was like a destiny everyone on the path of immortal cultivation fought against. Who would believe in fate? Xuan felt there had to be a way to break the fate, but it was hard to find. The 2 chatted for another hour before Guyu left, saying that the Gu sect had been secluding themselves lately, seemingly preparing to confront the Ephemeris sect, and that he too needed to cultivate diligently to help the Supreme Sect when the time came. 7 days after Guyu left, the Elixir Hall issued an order to collect medicinal herbs from the various medicine valleys in advance. Even the third medicine valley saw LV family and G family cultivators coming to collect large quantities of medicinal herbs, signaling that something major was about to happen. Guan didn't think the Ephemeris sect was coming, but rather that LV Tian was preparing to challenge destiny and break through to the mystic heart realm. In the blink of an eye, summer turned to autumn. One noon, Guan arrived at Tianya Valley and saw that Li Xiandao was also there, having already reached the Void Crossing Realm. Guan had only ever seen one other Void Crossing Realm cultivator over 200 years old. This guy appeared to be at the first layer of the core formation realm, maintaining a low profile. The two sat for a conversation at a stone table in front of a pavilion, and Li Xiandao praised Gu An's exceptional planning abilities. Thanks to the medicinal herbs cultivated by Gu In, he managed to break through to the core formation realm smoothly. Without these medicinal herbs, Li Xiandao would have had to request Yi Luyun to transplant a golden core for him, which would not have been as strong as breaking through and condensing the golden core himself. To this, Guan could only smile and attribute it to Li Xuando's strong aptitude. Seeing Li Xuando smile, Guan could guess that he was secretly delighted, thinking that no one knew of his void crossing realm cultivation. Guan, how is Yang and I doing over by you? Li Xiandao asked with a smile, raising his teacup. She's doing well. She started planting medicinal herbs too, becoming one of us, Guan replied. Planting medicinal herbs? Li Xuando's expression became intriguing. Guan suddenly recalled that LV Tian had mentioned that 200 years ago, the Ephemeris sect once controlled the imperial family. Was Li Xuando's cultivation technique possibly from the Ephemeris sect? Zhong Ying was the best proof, able to conceal his cultivation. Even those with higher realms would find it hard to detect. Combined with the fact that Yang and I planted Ephemeris. Good heavens! Was there an Ephemeris sect undercover agent beside me? The more Guan thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Li Xiandao continued, the immortal cultivation world has been unstable lately, so you need to be careful. Guan followed up, are you referring to the Ephemeris sect, Uncle? Exactly. Uncle, as the Emperor, what is your view on the Ephemeris sect? Li Xuando's face remained calm as he said, ambitious wolves, bringing calamity to the common people. Hearing this, Guan was momentarily stunned. That didn't sound like something an Ephemeris sect member would say. Li Xiandao began recounting past events, revealing that his father had been controlled by the Ephemeris sect, turning the court into a money-making tool for them. When the scandal was exposed, his father was killed by the Ephemeris sect. Li Xiandao had to enlist the Supreme Sect's help, and because he provided intelligence at that time, the Supreme Sect supported him to the throne, as he wasn't the crown prince. Li Xuando's tone was filled with hatred towards the Ephemeris sect, making it unlikely he was faking it. I may want to challenge the Supreme Sect, but that's an internal struggle within the dynasty. If the Ephemeris sect fights the Supreme Sect, I will certainly support the Supreme Sect with all my might, Li Xiandao said coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent aimed at the Ephemeris sect. Guan asked in surprise, if the Ephemeris sect is so malicious and nobody knows their headquarters location, why do so many people join them? Li Xiandao explained, because of the ephemera. It said that the ephemera can change a cultivator's aptitude and even extend their lifespan. Plus, they offer generous cultivation resources to their members, so people keep joining. Based on the information I have, the Ephemeris Sect Foundation is extremely strong, possibly even stronger than the entire Taizong dynasty. What we're dealing with now is just a branch of the Ephemeris Sect. Ephemera? Changing aptitude? Guan raised an eyebrow. No wonder Yang and I sat meditating in the ephemera garden. But he remained skeptical about the ephemera's effects. Could a 6th-tier medicinal herb really defy nature? Li Xiandao continued to narrate the Ephemeris sect's actions from 200 years ago. Back then, entire cities' populations would often disappear, leaving only empty cities behind. To this day, Li Xiandao hadn't found out where those people went, but their fate was undoubtedly grim. Listening to this was like hearing ghost stories for Gu, and completely engrossed in the tales. The Ephemera sect was indeed incredibly sinister. It was said that the Ephemera sect's followers weren't limited to cultivators, but included demons and ghosts. This reminded Gu and of the ghost mother of the Ephemera still left on the heavenly repair platform. After chatting for a full hour, Li Xiandao hadn't finished his story, yet Guan was not bored. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before Gu in Zhongliang harbors ill will towards you and wants to kill you. Do you wish to perform lifespan detection on him? Zhongliang? Who's this? A complete stranger. Guan was puzzled. He was usually kind to others and rarely made enemies. The name sounded significant, and Guan silently chose yes. Consuming 100 years of lifespan is required. Do you wish to continue? So pricey? Guan couldn't help but ask, Uncle, have you heard of Zhongliang? Li Xiandao frowned deeply and said, Has the Ephemera sect begun contacting you? Is this person from the Ephemera sect? Guan asked, suddenly tense, immediately opting to continue in his mind. Zhongliang, 3rd level of Unification Realm 1462/2900/3000, 3rd level of Unification Realm. Guan's brow furrowed as he carefully considered how the other party had identified him. Was it because of Zongying? No. He had checked many times to ensure there were no messaging items from other great cultivators on Zongying, and Zongying had been dead for half a year. Who was it then? Guan, realizing the Ephemera sect had targeted him, felt a sudden urge to infiltrate their headquarters and eliminate them. Unfortunately, the Ephemera sect had no central headquarters, at least not in Zongying's memories. Zongying and that mysterious figure always met in different places. 200 years ago, Zhongliang was the sect hierarch of the Ephemera sect, who fled after being severely injured by LV Baitian. Where did you encounter him? Li Xiandao asked gravely. Guan shook his head, saying, I once had a chance encounter with him outside the Supreme Sect Outer Sect. He invited me to seek an opportunity, but I refused. Talking with you today reminded me of him, and I never thought he would be an Ephemera sect demon. Li Xiandao didn't doubt Guan's words, but considered many possibilities. Could it be that Zhongliang was targeting Li Ye, or maybe even himself? Li Zuando's expression darkened further. The name Zhongliang took away their interest in chatting. Subsequently, Guan inspected Tian Valley before leaving hastily. Returning to the Mystic Valley, Guan went to the tunnel within the 8 Sina caves. He wanted to search Zongying's storage bag again, just in case. As soon as he arrived, he saw with his divine sense a vine from the green vine tree fiddling with Zongying's storage bag. Keeping his energy concealed, he made no footsteps and quietly approached. As he stepped out of the tunnel, the green vine tree was visibly startled, with its vine retracting instantly. Guan approached it coldly and said, Since you've gained spiritual wisdom, why are you hiding? Are you afraid of me? Be careful, or I'll burn you. As he finished speaking, spirit power fire ignited in his right hand. The animosity from Zhongliang had put him in a foul mood. Hearing his words, the green vine tree shuddered, leaves falling, and a gentle female voice spoke. I am not afraid of you, but of that tree. Chapter 103, Ephemera Tree. Guan dispels demons. What kind of tree? Guan looked at the green vine tree and asked. The green vine tree was nearly 300 years old and capable of speech, which was not surprising to him. The green vine tree's voice resembled Jiang Qiong's, likely because it had overheard Jiang Qiong frequently while it was developing spiritual wisdom. I don't know, but I can sense it. It will eat me. The green vine tree's voice sounded again, causing Guan a frown. Guan first thought of the human-faced tree. That thing also came from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion and was quite sinister, but the human-faced tree's grade and rank were lower than the green vine trees. How could it frighten the green vine tree so? Where is it? Guan asked further. I don't know. Is it close to you? Very far, very far. Upon hearing this response, Guan ruled out the human-faced tree. Could it be related to the Ephemera sect? Could the missing townsfolk have been devoured by one of the Ephemera sect's evil trees? The more Guan pondered, the more it seemed possible. Thinking further about Zhongliang, keeping an eye on him made him very uneasy. He wasn't afraid of Zhongliang. He was afraid of someone discovering he had hidden his cultivation level. This can't go on. He couldn't sit and wait for death. Guan's eyes sharpened, and the terrifying divine sense of a Mahayana realm cultivator spread out, directly covering the Taitsong dynasty. The Taitsong dynasty was vast, but it couldn't escape the divine sense of a Mahayana realm cultivator. He was going to conduct a thorough search for Zhongliang, even if it meant turning the place upside down. To his surprise, Taitsong dynasty's cultivators were numerous. Guan felt like he was panning for gold. Guan did not retreat despite the difficulty, determined to find the hidden enemy. Inside a dim underground chamber, Xuan, bare-chested, sat meditating within the cold pool. The water emitted a chilling mist, and beside him stood a jade-white longsword, appearing as though made from white bones, with a blade shrouded in blood aura, eerie and shocking. Xuan's face showed pain, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. After a while, he suddenly heard wailing from afar. Opening his eyes involuntarily, he looked at a figure meditating against the cave wall and asked, "Master, what was that sound just now?" Zhongliang, with his eyes closed, replied indifferently, "Do not mind them. They are just a pitiful bunch begging for heavenly mercy. Whether they live or die has nothing to do with you." His white hair hung loosely, and he wore a large robe. His facial features were square, and his brows always seemed furrowed, creating the illusion of a third eye between them. Xuan couldn't calm his heart after hearing those wails. "Do not forget the purpose of joining the sect, or why you took up my sword." Zhongliang's voice sounded again, with a hint of impatience. Xuan took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. Once he closed his eyes, Zhongliang opened his, looking at him with a cold glint. The kid's hatred is still insufficient. I need to find his master and use him to provoke him, Zhongliang thought. Suddenly, Zhongliang's heart trembled, experiencing a brief moment of panic, causing him to frown. What's happening? Is this an illusion? Zhongliang felt uneasy and immediately spread his divine sense, but saw no sign of an enemy. Elsewhere, within the 8 Sina caves, Guan's eyes suddenly changed. Found! Guan searched the entire Taitsong dynasty, but did not find the Ephemera sect stronghold. He recalled the underground and probed it again, looking for special spiritual energy, eventually discovering Xuan. Beside Xuan sat a unification realm cultivator. In a vast underground space miles away from the two, there stood a giant spiritual tree. Upon seeing it, Guan confirmed this must be the existence feared by the green vine tree. This should be the Ephemera sect's stronghold. None of them were good. Kill them all and then hunt down Zhongliang. Not killing Zhongliang left him restless. Guan looked back at the green vine tree and said, "In the future, whenever you sense fear or notice anything unusual nearby, tell me immediately. I won't treat you badly." The green vine tree twisted its trunk, making a timid sound. "Okay, master." Guan then stepped away. Even in front of the green vine tree, he didn't show his true strength. Keeping it hidden was always beneficial. Leaving the 8 Sina caves, Guan entered a forest, using the limitless freedom step to speed away. In the underground chamber, Zhongliang's frown deepened. He scanned with his divine sense several times, finding nothing unusual, but he did not trust his senses to be wrong. Suddenly, a hand pressed on his shoulder. His face changed drastically, instinctively wanting to jump away, but to his horror, he found himself unable to break free. At this moment, he felt the same as Zhong Ying did earlier. Inconceivable. Fear. Despair. He was a unification realm cultivator at the 3rd level, yet he was pinned down by a single hand, unable to move. Zhongliang glanced sideways and saw a figure emitting demonic qi standing beside him. It was Guan, using the 9 extremes yin-yang body, surrounded by purple-black demonic qi, making it impossible for Zhongliang to see his true face. This stronghold had over 100 types of formations and restrictions, but Guan, with his 9 extremes yin-yang body and limitless freedom step, entered without a trace, not triggering any alarm, and even the monitoring formations didn't detect the intrusion. Guan pressed Zhongliang with one hand, his gaze shifting to Xuan. Xuan's cultivation had reached the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, but his maximum lifespan hadn't increased, remaining at 199 years. Normally, a 9th layer Foundation Establishment realm cultivator's lifespan would exceed 200 years. Clearly, the hateful Heaven Divine Sword had potential beyond its limits, but couldn't break the restriction of its own destiny. No wonder those who cultivated the hateful Heaven Divine Sword, despite rapid progress, became increasingly prone to deviation as they advanced. Xuan hadn't noticed Guan's arrival as he focused on his cultivation. Guan looked at Zhongliang, preparing to use the soul-searching skill, trying to find Zhongliang via lifespan detection. It's you, kid. Then you die. Guan crushed with his right hand, infusing terrifying spiritual power of the Mahayana realm into Zhongliang's body, annihilating him, body and soul. A gust of wind swept across, causing Xuan to instinctively open his eyes. His pupils dilated suddenly as he quickly got up and grabbed the jade-white longsword beside him. "Who are you?" Xuan pointed his sword at Guan, querying sternly. Where was Master? Why did he suddenly disappear? Xuan was filled with terror. Guan's presence was intimidating, especially in the dimly lit chamber. A terrifying pressure burst from Guan, instantly overpowering Xuan, who fell into the pool, dazed. Guan turned and walked to a nearby cave entrance, disappearing into the darkness. Miles away in a vast underground space, dimly lit, stood a giant tree 100 feet tall with blood-red leaves. Vines hung from its branches, each holding a person bound at the bottom. These people had vines around their necks, unable to escape, their bodies withering at a visible rate, many already reduced to dried corpses. The scene was horrifying and extremely ghastly. Beneath the giant tree stood members of the Ephemeris sect, each holding cultivators. Both men and women had talisman papers all over their bodies, sealing their spiritual power, resembling common prisoners, looking very disheveled. The prisoners numbered over 1,000, while the Ephemeris sect members guarding them were over 100. All the prisoners looked despairingly at the giant tree feeding on them. "It's a demon. You will die horribly for deceiving me into joining only to feed me to this evil tree. Is this a monster or a demon? Damn it!" Some cursed, some wailed, some pleaded. Their voices made the dark underground space even more terrifying. A demon cultivator woman with a seductive figure and beautiful face snorted coldly. "Victor's right history. What are you yelling for? You're no good people either. Maybe the heavens think we're eradicating evil." While speaking, she picked up a man beside her, bringing her mouth to his forehead and started to devour his life essence, making the man's complexion rapidly pale and his eyes lose their sparkle. Whoosh, a cold wind blew by. The demon cultivator woman instinctively looked at the weeds at her feet, seeing the leaves tremble. Before she could react, swoosh, the blade of grass shot up, piercing her forehead, blood splattering in her mind. Not only her, but the other demon cultivators of the Ephemeris sect also simultaneously got killed by grass blades, regardless of their cultivation level, all dropping dead. The prisoners were stunned. Sensing something, they turned their heads in unison, seeing a figure approaching from the darkness. Demon Shadow, Divine Skill, a member of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Someone shouted in delight. As the words fell, Guan suddenly accelerated, becoming multiple afterimages passing all the prisoners, arriving beneath the giant tree. The prisoners seemed immobilized, all frozen in place. A breath later, they all turned to ashes simultaneously. Xuan lifted his eyes to see a prompt appear before him. Ephemera Tree, 8th rank 340/42000/230000, 8th rank. No wonder the green vine tree was scared. The main trunk of the ephemera tree started to crack, revealing a giant human face. Only its features visible, gender indistinguishable, but with a greedy, sinister expression. The vines loosened, all attacking Xuan simultaneously. Clang, the sound of the sword being drawn echoed in the underground space, ear-piercing. The ephemera tree was cut in half, its vines falling like rain. Its greedy face also split in two, freezing in expression. The two halves of the tree body suddenly shattered as sword chi burst forth spectacularly. Xuan sheathed the heavenly resident's sword and put it in his storage bag, then used his spiritual fire to burn the ephemera tree. Lines of lifespan gains frenziedly appeared before his eyes. The 8th rank spiritual tree was strong, its aura no less than a unification realm's, but alas, it faced a Mahayana realm cultivator. At noon, in the 3rd Medicine Valley, Xuan walked down from the transmission array platform in good spirits. Having harvested over 40,000 years of lifespan the previous night, with the ephemera tree contributing 5,000 years. Only Xuan remained alive at the ephemera sect's stronghold. Knowing those prisoners were demon cultivators, Xuan had shown no mercy, ensuring there were no potential threats left. As he stepped off the platform, Xuan sensed the auras of LV Tian, Guzong, and Tian, who were waiting in his pavilion. Xuan immediately walked there. Upon reaching the pavilion, the door opened. He crossed the threshold, intending to salute, but Guzong waved his sleeve, closing the door and setting a restriction again. Xuan noticed their unusual expressions, suspecting that the ephemera sect was about to attack. He did not panic, believing that once the ephemera sect discovered the loss of the ephemera tree, they'd have no time to deal with the supreme sect. LV Baishan's face was extremely grim, appearing very weak, pale-faced. He looked at Xuan, gritting his teeth. I have to tell you some cruel bad news. Chapter 104 Sinner's Attack. What bad news? Xuan asked, sensing LV Baishan's weak aura, so he cast a lifespan detection. LV Batian, Unification Realm 9th Layer 764/2050/3200. It didn't seem to have changed much. Wait, his lifespan had dropped by 1100 years. Xuan remembered his previous lifespan was 3,150 years. Could it be a failed tribulation? Xuan was secretly astonished. No wonder in cultivation evolution. Every time he failed, it took many years before he could attempt another tribulation in reality. In reality, he might die directly, and even if he didn't, he couldn't attempt tribulation continuously. LV Batian took a deep breath and said, I failed the tribulation, couldn't break through to a higher realm, and I even need many years to recover my peak cultivation. Upon hearing this, Xuan's expression changed drastically. He instantly became agitated, took 2 steps forward, and anxiously asked, Sect Leader, are you all right? You must take care of yourself. Supreme Sect cannot do without you. LV Batian smiled upon hearing this, and Guzong also felt gratified. Tian, on the other hand, was displeased and said, What do you mean by we can't do without him? If he dies, there's still me. Who among the vice sect leaders doesn't want to become the sect leader? But is it really appropriate to be so blunt? Xuan thought secretly, his face still full of worry. Don't worry, I won't die, but it will be quite difficult to attempt a higher realm again in this lifetime. If I fail again next time, I will truly die. LV Batian said gloomily, recalling the terrifying experience of the tribulation, his face showing lingering fear. Xuan couldn't help but ask, Is the heavenly tribulation that difficult? Even a great cultivator like you can't manage it? Tian snorted and said, he managed to deal with the tribulation, already surpassing the myriad of beings in the 9 dynasties. How many people and demons spend their entire lives without even touching the unification realm? Guzong nodded, chuckling self-deprecatingly. I couldn't touch the unification realm myself. Guan took a deep breath and said with a bitter smile, not to mention the unification realm, I can't even reach the core formation realm. His current apparent cultivation was still in the foundation establishment realm. Don't worry, even if I have to throw elixirs and heavenly materials and earth treasures at you, I will get you to the core formation realm. But to achieve the nascent soul realm, that will depend on your personal fortune and opportunities. Even the sect can't help there. Of course, you have another option, become my disciple, and I will transfer my entire cultivation to you, said LV Tian, waving his sleeve with a domineering air. Here it comes again. Just as Guan was about to refuse, Tian couldn't help but say, stop thinking about transferring cultivation for now. The ephemera sect is eyeing us covetously. They might attack tomorrow. Even if he inherits your cultivation, he won't have your strength. Right now, the Supreme Sect indeed cannot do without you. Guzong nodded and said, I have already contacted the Supreme Elders. Not sure how many will come back. As they started talking about the Supreme Elders, LV Baishan's attention was diverted, and he began to sigh. It turned out the Supreme Elders left the Supreme Sect in search of opportunities to break through beyond the unification realm. Since ancient times, only 1 in 10 who left managed to return, and among those, only 1 in 10 succeeded in breaking through, while the others returned to live out their lives in peace. Tian mentioned the true inheritor, saying he believed that person was most likely to surpass the unification realm among the Supreme Sect cultivators, even more likely than the Supreme Elders. This piqued Guan's curiosity about the true inheritor. What kind of talent made everyone in the Supreme Sect mention him with admiration and expectation? Guan stood quietly, listening to learn more about the Supreme Sect's past. Half an hour later, the 3 finished talking. The most important thing we have to tell you today is that we will soon send more high-rank seeds. You must cultivate them carefully, as it concerns the Supreme Sect's future battle with the Ephemera Sect, Tian said seriously, looking at Guan sending seeds. The more, the better, Guan quickly assured. No matter how many seeds are sent, I will do my best to cultivate them, and I won't be careless. Guzong chuckled and said, I like your spirit. No other Valley Master is as dedicated as you. Some neglect their duties, and some embezzle. Work hard, and you'll be promoted to Intersect Disciple in the future. Guan hastily gave his thanks. Then LV Tian and the other 2 got up and left. As they walked out of the pavilion, LV Baishan's complexion instantly recovered. As the sect leader, he couldn't let the disciples see him looking weak. Guan went downstairs and watched them leave. He felt some regret. He had wanted to ask Tian when the 7-layer spirit tree was coming. The news of the ephemera tree being destroyed and LV Baishan's failed tribulation had not spread in the immortal cultivation world. At least when Yilan came to visit Guan, she didn't mention these 2 things. Yilan couldn't participate in the upcoming spring festival because the law enforcement hall had a big mission recently, which would take several months. Standing by the edge of the tower, Guan watched Yilan's departing figure. Only after she disappeared into the swirling snow did he withdraw his gaze. He turned to see Yang and I emerging from the forest, and when she walked past his tower, he asked, You say the ephemera sect has no foundation, yet it attracts so many cultivators. How foolish are the cultivators of this world? Yang and I stopped her steps, looked up at Guan, and said, Maybe the ephemera sect has something they want. Really? But feels like a scam. The Outer Sect's Demon Extermination Hall was the same. Lu Jiujia trusted them, thinking he could rise to prominence, only to be persecuted. Guan said with a sigh, shaking his head, People in this world cannot escape the concept of strife. But in my Medicine Valley, there's no need for strife. With that, he turned and went back inside. Yang and I frowned, feeling that Guan was hinting at her. If Guan suspected her connection with the ephemeral sect, why didn't he confront her directly? Yang and I thought for a moment and decided to talk to Lu Jujia to see what was going on. Winter snow fell heavily, and the seventh-layer spirit tree promised by Ji family finally arrived. Pure Yang tree, 7th layer 2/8999/64,000. Gu and carried the sapling, taller than a person, and started looking for a suitable place to plant it. He finally decided to plant the pure Yang tree in the open space in front of the pavilion, immediately calling the disciples to come and shovel snow and dig the ground. Hearing it was a 7th-layer spirit tree, many disciples gathered to watch. Even as a sapling, the pure Yang tree melted the surrounding snow as soon as it entered the ground, making everyone feel warm, like a fire tree. This pure Yang tree was Gu An's personal treasure, so listening to the disciples' discussions filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, he looked into the distance and saw cultivators flying over the mountain on their swords, led by the outer sect Great Elder LV Songhan. Following LV Songhan were 200 servant disciples, with cultivation levels all above the 7th layer of the energy cultivation realm. Why is she here? Guan saw Ascender Lu Lingjun among the group. This person's apparent cultivation was at the 8th layer of the energy cultivation realm, while hidden. Who could expect this servant disciple to be a great cultivator in the 9th layer of the unification realm, comparable to LV Baitian? If a fight started, Guan thought that LV Baitian might not be Lu Lingjun's match. LV Baitian had lived for over 700 years, while Lu Lingjun was a near 2,000-year-old monster. After landing, LV Songhan clasped his fists and said with a smile, "Brother Gu, these are 200 servant disciples I specially selected for you to command, with higher approval." Choosing servant disciples was because they were unlikely to steal medicinal herbs here, as this was inner sect territory with an entire outer gate city nearby as a barrier, ensuring safety and just needing manpower. Guan stepped forward and exchanged pleasantries with LV Songhan. Lu Lingjun, standing in the crowd, scrutinized Guan with curiosity. Foundation establishment realm cultivation, yet could address nascent soul realm cultivators as equals? Who was this person? The other servant disciples were excited. The Medicine Valley being in the inner sect territory meant a massive opportunity for them. After LV Songhan left, Guan called Xuan to arrange accommodations for the servant disciples. He didn't look much at Lu Lingjun, not wanting to get entangled with an ascender. That day, the new servant disciples were all busy building pavilions and exploring the 3rd Medicine Valley. Seeing 2 7th-layer spirit trees hidden in the 3rd Medicine Valley surprised Lu Lingjun. She had seen a 7th-layer spirit tree before ascending, over 20,000 years old and larger than a mountain. The Supreme Sect Foundation was astonishing, and she must take root here. In the following days, Lu Lingjun worked so hard that Guan couldn't help but notice her. After the new year, Guan had Xuan select 10 servant disciples to become deacons of Medicine Valley, to oversee the other servant disciples, and Lu Lingjun was among them. Lu Lingjun's eager gaze made Guan uncomfortable. She was outstandingly beautiful, unmatched by any female disciple in the valley, and her performance was impeccable. Ignoring her would raise suspicions. Addressing the 10 Medicine Valley deacons, Guan gave them some encouragement before dismissing them. Lu Lingjun approached and whispered, "Valley Master, I have something to tell you. Can we speak in your room?" Guan hesitated for a moment, but then nodded in agreement, leading her to the pavilion. The deacons who hadn't left looked at Lu Lingjun with envy. Beauty truly was an asset. Once inside, Lu Lingjun closed the door and Guan sat at his desk, flipping over the green hero travelogue on it. Lu Lingjun approached and took out a secret book from her bosom, handing it to Guan and glanced at it. 9 Revolutions Golden Body Art. The name was quite imposing. In a low voice, Lu Lingjun introduced, "This is my family's cultivation technique. I hope the Valley Master does not disdain it." Guan frowned and said, What are you doing? Take it back now. Do you know how inappropriate this is if someone sees it? Understanding his point, Lu Lingjun stowed away the 9 Revolutions golden body art and took out a magic artifact from her storage bag. I told you not to. Lu Lingjun then produced an elixir, saying it could enhance chi blood and meridians. Are you testing me? Accusing me of questioning my loyalty to the supreme sect. Xuan rose furiously, quietly admonishing her, as if afraid the disciples outside might hear. Lu Lingjun silently cursed his greediness. Suddenly thinking of something, she took out a white jade vial from her storage bag and said, "This is heavenly spirit water. Don't underestimate this single vial. When poured on the ground, it gathers spiritual energy to form a lake. The lake's water can improve the surrounding soil, speeding up the growth of heavenly material and earth treasures. Additionally, it condenses spirit pearls yearly, which can be consumed or used in alchemy." Upon hearing this, Xuan accepted the vial from her hand and said sternly, "This should not set a precedent. Speak, what do you want? But it must not harm the Supreme Sect's interests." Lu Lingjun smiled and said, "Valley Master, may I cultivate under the mystic pure tree?" She had previously taken notice of the gigantic white spirit rat under the mystic pure tree, knowing from her experience that the rat was in a profound enlightenment state. Chapter 105. Void Crossing Realm. Is it very strong? Mystic Pure Tree? Xuan didn't expect Lu Lingjun to discover the mysteries of the Mystic Pure Tree so quickly. This matter was not forbidden to him. On the contrary, it brought him more inspiration. In the future, he could use the Mystic Pure Tree to drive the disciples to work harder. Xuan pondered, "All right, but you can only go there at night, and you must leave before dawn. The Mystic Pure Tree is the sect's property, and many great cultivators keep an eye on it. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Lu Lingjun quickly bowed to thank Xuan, watching this 9th-layer unification realm great cultivator being so respectful to him. Xuan felt a deep sense of emotion. Wasn't he in the same position before? Having a great cultivation level, but needing to act cautiously, was because they were all not satisfied with their current state and believed they could still ascend higher. After some brief conversation, Lu Lingjun took her leave. Lu Lingjun closed the door, then walked down the stairs, as she puzzled silently to herself. What kind of book is Green Hero Travelogue? It's even more valuable than the 9 Revolutions golden body art. Although Xuan moved swiftly, she still managed to catch the title of Green Hero Travelogue in that brief moment. She decided to investigate in the Outer Gate City later. Ever since arriving at the great heavenly spirit land, Lu Lingjun had been curious about everything here, yet filled with caution. Thus, she started as a servant disciple, first familiarizing herself with this world and then steadily advancing. Her goal was to become an elder of the Supreme Sect. The Third Medicine Valley was merely a stepping stone. Along the way, Lu Lingjun couldn't help but wonder about the cultivation level of the Supreme Sect leader. It must be higher than hers, right? Deep into the night, in the North Sea mountain range, a fierce wind blew, mingling with snowflakes. Xuan sat cross-legged under a tree, slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp gleam flashed across them. He had just spent 10,000 years of his lifespan to elevate the Ji family's divine skill, Heaven and Earth Path Gang, and had advanced twice from Heaven and Earth Path Gang to Heaven and Earth Dominator Body, and then to Taoist Gang Primal Energy. Once Taoist Gang Primal Energy was mastered, the invisible and colorless energy automatically protected the body, repelling any evil invasion. It could withstand all kinds of spells and divine skills while being able to manipulate Taoist Gang Primal Energy to attack enemies, capable of both offense and defense. Xuan began refining Taoist Gang Primal Energy. He had already inherited the evolutionary memories. He just needed to run the technique once to master it. An hour later, Taoist Gang Primal Energy was formed. He could now retain the energy on his skin's surface, allowing others to touch him without causing harm. Xuan still had 430,000 years of lifespan left, hesitating whether to continue enhancing the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. The Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword was already powerful enough, and further enhancement seemed unnecessary. His intuition told him that improving the wood spirit sword technique might be stronger because his cultivation technique had a wood attribute, whereas he temporarily did not possess the sorcery of 5 elements. But he already had one sword technique, and practicing another seemed pointless. It was better to focus on mastering one fully. However, in 100 years' time, 10,000 years of lifespan might not mean much to him, so there was still time to cultivate the wood spirit sword technique. Forget it. He decided to cultivate other spells and divine skills first. In fact, with Xuan's Mayana Realm 8th layer cultivation level, any spell in his hands could crush the power of the Mystic Heart Realm. He wouldn't cross realms to challenge stronger enemies, so enhancing spells and divine skills was preparing for future breakthroughs. After reflection, Xuan decided to enhance the Gathering Spirit Divine Finger taught by LV Tian. The Gathering Spirit Divine Finger was unique because it didn't just gather the caster's spiritual power, but also the surrounding spiritual energy. In other words, this spell could harness the power of heaven and earth. Xuan had a bold idea. Could he use the power of heaven and earth to disperse the heavenly tribulation with one finger during his evolution? The thought alone made his heart race with excitement. He hoped his evolving self would be wise enough. Xuan immediately invested 10,000 years of lifespan into the Gathering Spirit Divine Finger. The Gathering Spirit Divine Finger advanced to Sky-Reaching Finger and then to Breaking Path Divine Light. A vast torrent of memories poured into Xuan's mind, immersing him deeply. The finger technique evolved, expanding from being limited to the fingers to being executable from any part of the body. The spiritual energy of the North Sea mountain range continued to sink, causing discussions among the creatures there. By now, they were used to it, so there was no fear, only curiosity about what was happening. Another hour passed. Xuan opened his eyes, secretly amazed. Such an overbearing Breaking Path Divine Light. This spell specialized in breaking all formations, restrictions, and defensive spells and divine skills. It could even outright destroy enemies, making them perish and vanish. He hadn't improved it wrongly this time. Xuan smiled, then stood up. He undid the lifespan barrier and walked deeper into the woods. There was still time before dawn, and he intended to enjoy the scenery of the North Sea and check on Leah. Leah was still at the edge of the North Sea, diligently practicing the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. When Xuan had taught him the sword technique, he had also infused a strand of sword intent into the North Sea heavy sword to guide his practice. With the guidance of sword intent, Li Ya's progress in cultivation was rapid, far easier than interpreting it himself in the evolution. The trees in the North Sea mountain range were tall, making one feel small. The forest was filled with demon energy, and Xuan even saw spirit beasts like white spirit rats. Some were adorable, others hideously grotesque. While Xuan enjoyed the scenic route, thousands of miles away at the lakeshore of the North Sea, Leah swung his North Sea heavy sword under the full moon, shirtless. On the shimmering lake, the full moon hung high, and snowflakes drifted like falling stars. Leah was drenched in sweat. His muscles tensed with each sword swing, exuding a sense of power. Even if your Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword isn't practiced to perfection, your physical body has completely integrated with Dragon Image Divine Primordial. Your chi strength rivals that of a 4th-tier demon beast. The Ancestor's voice echoed, filled with praise. Li Ya's lips curved into a smile. He continued practicing his sword, not responding. He began to imagine defeating LV Xian, Zhou Tongyu, and Ji Xiaoyu. He wanted to make the 100 clans marvel and restore the Li family's peak. Impressive swordsmanship, truly a promising youth. A voice sounded from the side, startling Li Ya. He turned to see a scholar-like man walking along the beach. The man wore white robes, carried a bookcase on his back, and held a folding fan, his figure in the moonlight giving Leah the impression of a ghost. Leah frowned and asked, "Do you need something?" Having spent so many years in the North Sea mountain range, he had encountered demons and evil spirits. He wasn't afraid of any entities he met now. The scholar in white smiled. "I come from the Ephemeris sect. You may call me Traveler of Graceful Crane. I see your swordsmanship is commendable and your chi blood surpasses others in your realm. You have great potential. How about joining our Ephemeris sect?" Ephemeris sect. Leah frowned. Over the past 2 years, Ephemeris sect had frequently fought with many demonic sects in the North Sea mountain range. Naturally, he had encountered them before. He bluntly refused. "I am a disciple of the Supreme Sect. Thank you for your offer, but I must decline." He felt proud of the Supreme Sect. In his eyes, how could an obscure sect like the Ephemeris sect compare with the righteous Grand Sect Supreme Sect? Many cultivators from a Supreme Sect have joined our sect, including some elders. Eventually, Ephemeris sect will replace the Supreme Sect. Joining earlier is the right path. Traveler of Graceful Crane said with a smile. Leah's face turned cold. He raised his sword at the Traveler of Graceful Crane and said, "So, I have no choice but to refuse?" Seeing him raise his sword, the Traveler of Graceful Crane laughed. "Young man, do you think you are invincible just because you have the soul of a great cultivator inside you?" As he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked Leah. Leah's expression changed. He raised his sword to block. Xuan wandered in the forest for several hours. As dawn approached, he departed, treading the limitless freedom step. He arrived at the beach where Leah was. From afar, he saw Leah slumped before a reef, his head buried in his arms, while the North Sea heavy sword lay on the sand, constantly washed over by the waves. Something was amiss. Xuan focused and discovered that Leah's soul had vanished. He immediately walked toward Leah. As he approached, Leah finally heard the footsteps. Leah slowly lifted his head. Upon seeing Xuan enveloped in demonic energy, his face changed drastically. He quickly got up and rushed over to kneel before Xuan. "Primordial Ancestor, please save my ancestor." He was captured by the Traveler of Graceful Crane from the Ephemeris sect. Leah exclaimed, his voice tinged with a sob. He wanted to cry because he believed Xuan was the primordial ancestor of the Leaf family. In front of his ancestor, his emotions crumbled. Xuan asked in a weary voice what happened. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense to search for the soul aura within Leah. He had never met the Traveler of Graceful Crane, making it difficult to track him directly, so he searched for the soul aura instead. Leah began recounting his earlier encounter. After being defeated by the Traveler of Graceful Crane, he was humiliated and finally had his soul taken. The Traveler of Graceful Crane said to join the Ephemeris sect to save the soul. Years of arduous cultivation had made Leah feel that he had changed dramatically, yet he stood no chance against the Traveler of Graceful Crane. His confidence was shattered. Xuan failed to detect the soul aura, likely hidden by the Traveler of Graceful Crane. He wasn't worried. With a serious search, he would eventually find him. "Why didn't you find a safe place to practice your sword? Why here, without even setting up a formation?" Xuan suddenly asked. He felt that Leah had many strengths, but one bad habit. He was too reckless. Relying on the soul of his ancestor within him, he acted rashly and often got hurt. It was a good opportunity to temper him. Leah wanted to answer, but was too ashamed to speak, unable to justify himself. He chose this place to attract demons and ghosts to attack him, thus improving himself through battle. Of course, his confidence came from having his ancestor's soul as backup. You always escape death narrowly, but have you considered the burden on him? Xuan asked. Remembering how his ancestor often scolded him for being reckless, Leah felt even more ashamed, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Seeing his sad expression, Xuan's heart softened, unwilling to be too harsh. "Joined the Ephemeris sect," Xuan suddenly said. Leah looked up in shock, unable to believe what his assumed ancestor had said. "The Ephemeris sect harms the living. You infiltrate the Ephemeris sect, and, at the end of each month, find a mountaintop and release your aura. I will find you. When the ephemeral sect gathers, I will act. Xuan said coldly. Leah quickly said, but isn't that very dangerous? The entire demonic path isn't a match for the ephemeral sect. It said there are beings above the void-crossing realm in the ephemeral sect, and not just one. Xuan retorted, void-crossing realm, is it that strong? Lee was stunned into silence. Chapter 1069 Nether Road. Leah finally agreed to join the ephemeral sect, and Xuan did not further comfort him, maintaining his mysterious senior image. After leaving the North Sea Mountain, Xuan returned to the Mystic Valley. Next, he prepared to start a long-term life extension plan, aiming for the milestone of a 10,000-year lifespan. The harsh winter finally passed, and the New Year festivities began. The entire Taisong dynasty celebrated, with lanterns and decorations everywhere. Even the Supreme Sect started to hold New Year celebrations. On this day, Xuan wandered around the outer city with Xuan and Lu Lingjun. Lu Lingjun was very interested in the New Year. It was even her idea to come here. Given that the Heavenly Spirit Lake formed by Heavenly Spirit water was indeed extraordinary, it had won Xuan's favor, so he brought her along. Just right, LV Batian had failed his tribulation crossing. If he could recruit Lu Lingjun to become a cultivator of the Supreme Sect, she could shield him from the wind and rain in the future. Xuan's foundation had already been built. The stronger the Supreme Sect became, the more he could lay low and survive. Over the years, the Supreme Sect had been improving, and the occurrences of dark deeds had been rare, making Xuan's sense of belonging to the Supreme Sect stronger. As soon as they arrived at the outer gate city, Xuan left on his own, as he had his friends in the city. Xuan took Lu Lingjun to the heavenly repair platform, wanting her to see the words righteous path. When he carved the words righteous path, he had just reached the unification realm. This was why the demon path feared LV Batian more. The sword intent on the heavenly repair platform wasn't astonishingly strong for someone at the unification realm, because he had carved the words remotely. So many years have passed, and the sword Venerable Fudeo's sword intent still attracts so many cultivators to observe. Truly impressive, Xuan remarked. Lu Lingjun had seen the words righteous path when she first arrived at the Supreme Sect, and she nodded, saying, indeed, impressive. In the world she came from, she had never seen such strong sword intent, which also made her full of expectations for the Supreme Sect. If the outer sect had such powerful sword intent, what kind of foundation did the inner sect have? And even higher, the main city of the sect. Thinking about it excited Lu Lingjun. She felt she could find a way to break through to higher realms in the Supreme Sect. Xuan noticed Lu Lingjun's reaction was very calm, and that there was a perfunctory tone in her voice when she spoke. Oh no, this person looked down on his sword intent. Could it be that she had the confidence to defeat him at the unification realm? Thinking of this, Xuan's pride significantly subsided. The world was full of talents, let alone those who could emerge victorious from a world of chaos. He couldn't afford to be careless and underestimate others. Xuan continued to scan the heavenly repair platform, using lifespan detection on unfamiliar cultivators he met. Since it was the new year, there were fewer people on the heavenly repair platform than usual, as most were wandering the city, relaxing their Taoist heart. Valley Master, I would like to wander around alone, may I? Lu Lingjun asked. This hurt Xuan even more. Was his sword intent so unattractive? Go ahead. Let's meet here at dusk. Xuan nodded, secretly deciding that he must keep Lu Lingjun in the Supreme Sect. Such a formidable individual should serve the Supreme Sect. Wait a minute. Why did I suddenly think like a sect leader? It's all LV Batian's fault. Xuan shook his head and turned towards the Elixir Hall. He also had many friends in the Outer Gate City, mainly concentrated in the Elixir Hall and the Book Collection Hall. Every time he came over the years, he would find a few friends to drink with and listen to their cultivation experiences. He enjoyed this simple and leisurely life. On the other side, Lu Lingjun wandered around until someone stopped her. "Young lady, I have good books here by one. Many female disciples are reading them." This disciple was being mysterious, glancing around to ensure no one noticed. Lu Lingjun raised an eyebrow and said, "Do you know the Green Hero Travelogue?" Upon hearing this, the disciple's eyes lit up and he said, "Ah, a connoisseur. I knew a person of your bearing would be well versed in this. Indeed, I have the Green Hero Travelogue. Buy one Supreme Secret Record, and it'll give you 2 Green Hero Travelogues for free." "Oh, how many volumes are there in the entire Green Hero Travelogue?" "There are many. Do you want them all?" "Yes." "All right, 200 low-grade Spirit Stones. Buy 10 volumes of Supreme Secret Record, and it'll give you the complete set of the Green Hero Travelogue." "Deal." The two started the transaction, and after selling, the book-selling disciple quickly left, looking like a thief. Lu Lingjun felt that she had been deceived. How could a Supreme Secret or Book of Secrets be so cheap? However, 200 low-grade Spirit Stones were nothing to her. She put all the books into her storage bag and planned to read them back in the valley. When she arrived at the Elixir Hall, Xuan saw a familiar person. It was the disciple he had previously taken in from the outer sect, an Xuan. An Xuan had mediocre aptitude and could only stay in the outer sect. Wang Hao had not forgotten her and sent various elixirs to her from time to time. Unfortunately, her cultivation level had still increased very slowly. The two were from the same village, but after embarking on the Immortal path, their fates diverged vastly, leaving Gu and lamenting the unfairness of heavens. An Xuan was doing chores in the Elixir Hall. She felt she couldn't always rely on An Hao and wanted to make an effort on her own. Xuan watched the delicate and Xuan dealing with a male disciple who was giving her a hard time and sighed inwardly. Should he care for her for a lifetime? Although Xuan valued An Hao more, an Xuan was also his disciple. If he didn't help her, he feared that one day an Xuan would die because of An Hao. As the cultivation level rose higher, An Hao's enemies would only increase and would eventually target An Hao's soft spot, which was an Xuan. Thinking of this, Xuan walked up to an Xuan. The male disciple, seeing Xuan approach, quickly smiled and saluted. In the Elixir Hall, Xuan's status was not low. After all, he came here every month, and the disciples who frequently visited the Elixir Hall knew that he had a close relationship with the elders of the hall. After sending off the male disciple, Xuan looked at an Xuan. "Valley Master Gu, what can I do for you?" An Xuan asked nervously. She knew better than the outer sect disciples about Xuan's status, as he was someone who could have casual conversations with the sect leader. Previously, when LV Tian had brought An Hao to visit Gu and during an event, and how it also brought an Xuan to the Third Medicine Valley, so they had met. Although Xuan had not talked to an Xuan at that time, she remembered him vividly. "Your name is an Xuan, right? Why don't you come to the Third Medicine Valley? After all, it's just chores. The treatment would be better if you worked for me, and you'd find it easier to see An Hao. I'm quite familiar with your senior brother," Xuan said with a smile. An Xuan hesitated upon hearing this. Xuan saw through her thoughts and said earnestly, "Self-reliance is good, but there's no need to make it harder for yourself intentionally. If it's good for you and An Hao, why hesitate?" An Xuan remained silent. For the first time, Xuan noticed how stubborn this girl was. He whispered, "I have a cultivation technique that might change your aptitude. If you perform well in the Medicine Valley, I will teach you." He was referring to the Taoist expansion skill given to him by Wuxin, accumulating spiritual energy and suppressing the cultivation level, waiting for a breakthrough to defy fate. Wuxin had spoken highly of it, but it had not been verified yet. Upon hearing this, an Xuan was finally tempted. She bit her lip and said, "Thank you, Valley Master Gu. Shall I go back and pack now?" "No need to explain to the people here. They'll handle it. Just go back directly. They'll wait for you here. It's not urgent. Just come back before dusk," Xuan said with a smile. He instinctively wanted to pat her head, but refrained. Children had grown up, and such behavior was inappropriate. Moreover, they hadn't acknowledged each other. Such an action would be abrupt. An Xuan smiled, bowed to him, and left. Xuan watched her back, feeling many emotions. In the past, an Xian had been like a little bean sprout, thin and weak. Now she had grown tall and beautiful, which made him feel gratified. An Xian breathed a sigh of relief after stepping out of the threshold. Why did he smile at me like that? Does he have bad intentions? An Xian felt worried. But thinking of the many disciples in the Medicine Valley, she figured that even if Xuan had a malicious heart, he probably wouldn't dare to act rashly, and her mind settled. After returning to the third Medicine Valley, Xuan asked Lu Lingjun to arrange in Zin's position. If they grew closer, Lu Lingjun might also guide an Xian a bit. This arrangement also relieved an Xian. On the way, Xuan had noticed in Zin's nervousness but didn't think much of it. Later, he returned to the Mystic Valley through the transmission array platform. Back at the Mystic Valley, he called over Chu Jingfeng and Lu Jujia and officially taught them the Taoist expansion skill. Upon hearing Xuan explain the effects of the Taoist expansion skill, both of them began to breathe heavily. Lu Jujia was the first to regain his composure and immediately knelt to Xuan. Chu Jingfeng gritted his teeth and did not kneel. Xuan quickly helped Lu Jujia up. He didn't need other people to kneel before him, as kneeling down didn't necessarily represent loyalty. He would just let these two try the Taoist expansion skill first. If it worked well, he would have an Xian practice it. After the two left, Xuan took out the latest volume of the Green Hero Travelogue to taste. So many years had passed, yet the Green Hero Travelogue was still being published. Xuan really admired the author. Didn't this person cultivate? How could they wander around for so many years? Under the night sky, a dilapidated temple sat in the forest. The traveler of graceful cranes sat on the eaves, holding a long scroll. He read by the moonlight and said softly, "Have you thought it through? Once you join the Ephemera sect, you cannot leave. You must also bear the Ephemera seal." Leah stood in the courtyard, carrying the North Sea heavy sword. He stared tightly at the traveler of graceful crane and said, "Didn't you want me to join the Ephemera sect? What now? Do you hope I want join?" The traveler of graceful crane turned his head to look at him, high and aloof, with an expression of indifference, as if his gaze could see through Leah. The Ephemera sect's purpose is to pursue the Nine Nether Road. In 100 years, a demonic catastrophe will sweep through the land of 9 dynasties. At that time, only through the Nine Nether Road can one escape the hell of the mortal world. Joining the Ephemera sect is to secure a path for yourself. If you perform well, you might even obtain the Ephemera. Consuming the Ephemera can enhance your aptitude. The traveler of graceful crane's words carried a cold tone, and the term demonic catastrophe made Leah frown. Leah asked what the demonic catastrophe was. The traveler of graceful crane did not hide anything and explained it to him. Upon hearing that the land of 9 dynasties would be flattened by endless demons, Leah was also taken aback. "What you're saying is nonsense. To the south is the sea, and if we can't win, can't we escape? Do we have to rely on your 9 Nether Road?" Leah questioned. "Through history, how many cultivators have ventured south? How many have returned? The demons on the sea are even more terrifying. If the cultivators of the 9 dynasties unite, might we not resist the demonic catastrophe? Beyond the 9 dynasties, demons have emerged that surpass the unification realm. Do you know what the unification realm means? It is a realm above the void crossing realm. Such a supreme demon can sweep through the 9 dynasties alone. Besides, there isn't just one. They command endless demons under them." The traveler of graceful crane's tone was icy, as if he were narrating the fate of all beings. Leah remained silent. Above the unification realm, he couldn't help but think of the primordial ancestor of the Li family, wondering if the primordial ancestor had surpassed the unification realm. The traveler of graceful crane continued, "I forgot to tell you, the Ephemera sect also has entities that surpass the unification realm. When he arrives, it will be the day the supreme sect turns to ruins." Chapter 107 Holy Land, death of the sect hierarch Gu, and did not know what Li had gone through. Every few days, he would use his divine sense to search the Taizong dynasty. Li was currently practicing his sword techniques at the borderlands of the Taizong dynasty, with an additional soul within his body. It appeared that the graceful crane traveler had not lied to him. Next, he would wait for the ephemeris sect to gather, and then wipe them out in one swoop. Ever since Xuan had destroyed the ephemera tree, the ephemeris sect had remained active, as if unaffected. It was apparent that there was more than one ephemera tree. The true enemy of the supreme sect was not the present ephemeris sect, but the upcoming great cultivators of the ephemeris sect main lineage. Xuan prepared to find an opportunity to elevate his cultivation to the 9th layer of the Mahayana realm. The gap between each minor realm was significant, especially in the higher realms. After the new year, everything returned to normal. Lu Lingjun no longer came to see Xuan. She worked daily, and in the evenings, she cultivated under the mystic pure tree. When Xuan looked at her, he felt that she did not want to meet his gaze. Perhaps it was just his illusion. An Xian quickly adapted to life in the Third Medicine Valley. With such a valley master, the disciples of the Medicine Valley were all kind-hearted. The people here did not prioritize cultivation, which made her feel quite relaxed. Spring passed, and summer came. On this day, Xuan turned 61 years old. Today, Tang Yu came to receive a foundation establishment pill from Xuan. The entire Medicine Valley was bustling with excitement. Tang Yu represented their future. They seemed to see themselves breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. This also made Lu Lingjun rarely glance at Xuan a few times, while an Xian completely let down her guard. She felt that she had misunderstood Xuan. Xuan was indeed a good person. Xuan was not only good to his disciples. He spoke gently and never swore. He almost never wore a stern face and always smiled, giving people a sense of warmth. Sending off the disciples meant it was time to recruit new ones. Xuan still let Xuan handle the recruiting, as it was a way to increase Xuan's authority. At noon, Ji Xiaoyu came to visit Xuan. This top-ranking genius continued to cultivate her mind within the Medicine Valley, but they rarely interacted with the servant disciples, keeping their distance. "I am preparing to leave and participate in the Holy Land assessment," Ji Xiaoyu said softly after sitting down. "Holy Land?" As Xuan poured her tea, he curiously asked, "What kind of force is the Holy Land, and where is it located?" Ji Xiaoyu replied, "The Holy Land is the oldest force on this continent, with a heritage spanning 10,000 years, located beyond the 9 dynasties. They do not concern themselves with worldly matters nor participate in any conflicts. Every 100 years, they recruit disciples. After training in the Holy Land, one must leave after a maximum of 100 years. How long one can stay depends entirely on their fortune." The Ji family rose to prominence because of the Holy Land's heritage. Upon hearing this, Xuan became even more curious and asked, "What does the Holy Land seek that they do not retain anyone?" Ji Xiaoyu shook her head. "No one knows. Even the elders who have been to the Holy Land rarely speak of it. They only say that entering the Holy Land offers a chance to seek the immortal path." "How mysterious. I heard that a great demon catastrophe will occur in 100 years' time. Why does the Holy Land not take action?" Xuan continued to inquire. Ji Xiaoyu picked up her tea bowl and said, "Actually, a great demon catastrophe occurred even before the 9 dynasties. During that time, the continent was dominated by demons, and humans were barely surviving, raised as livestock by the demons and ghosts. Even then, the Holy Land did not intervene. Despite the absence of the Holy Land's intervention, humanity eventually rose, establishing the 9 dynasties. The elders of our clan say that the Holy Land has seen through worldly affairs. They do not care about the safety of individuals in a single lifetime, but focus on the perpetual existence of the immortal cultivation Taoist tradition." Upon hearing this, Xuan's perception of the Holy Land changed. It appeared that the Holy Land was indeed transcendent from the mundane world. He then stopped asking questions and instead wished Ji Xiaoyu success in her Holy Land assessment, hoping for smooth sailing. Ji Xiaoyu did not stay long, as she had to leave today. Guan escorted her downstairs and watched her leave. As Lu Lingjun walked by, she curiously asked, "Valley Master, who is that girl? She seems quite extraordinary." She had long noticed the 10 geniuses cultivating their minds in the Medicine Valley. Upon learning that these individuals were arranged by the sect leader and personally taught by Guan, her view of him had changed. Among the 10, the one who piqued her interest the most was Ji Xiaoyu. She could sense the aura of the primordial Taoist talisman and even had an impulse to seize it, but she restrained herself. A true disciple of the sect and a lady from the Ji family, named Ji Xiaoyu. She is one of the top geniuses in the sect, Guan introduced her. Indeed top-ranking among the cultivators, with someone of higher lifespan than Ji Xiaoyu being only in Hao. And Hao had successfully achieved core formation and was rumored to have become a legend within the inner sect, unrivaled by anyone. Guyu even compared him to the true inheritor who was training outside. Many paths exist in this world. Not all geniuses need to participate in the 100 Clans tournament or join the Holy Land. Lu Lingju nodded and then asked, "Valley Master, have you read the Supreme Secret Records?" Gu An's smile froze. He frowned and said, "Why are you reading such a book? Oh dear, when can we ever get rid of this wind within the Supreme Sect? Even the recent ascenders suffered because of it." Guan could not help cursing Shun in his heart again. It was recommended to me by someone from the outer sect. Could it not have been written by the Valley Master? The main character's name is also Guan, Lu Lingjun said truthfully. Guan said furiously, "Do I look like that kind of person?" "Indeed you do not. So, I wanted to ask," she said with a smile, feeling much more at ease as her suspicions dissolved, making Guan much more agreeable. She had held back for a long time, and today she finally could not resist asking. "Next time I must investigate the book collection hall. Their oversight is inadequate, allowing such books to be sold." "You should destroy that book," Guan said sternly. Lu Lingjun rarely saw him so serious, and inexplicably she felt happy. She asked with a smile, "Valley Master, do you think the Supreme Secret Records is better, or is the Green Hero Travelogue better?" These words stunned Gu, and Lu Lingjun did not wait for his answer, turned, and left. Guan watched her back, wanting to say something, but in the end, it turned into a sigh. His reputation was ruined. He shook his head and turned towards the pavilion, simultaneously pulling out the Green Hero Travelogue from his sleeve. Since his reputation was already ruined, he might as well not hide it. The moon hung high, and stars were sparse in the Mystic Valley. Guan was in the pavilion reading a secret book on cultivation techniques, which was a basic skill of the fire attribute. He had previously bought cultivation techniques of other attributes from the inner sect because seemingly no 5-element skill existed, so he planned to comprehend it himself. Since he usually did not cultivate, what if he figured it out? Though his comprehension was poor, he had plenty of time on his hands. Until late at night, Guan suddenly detected an aura entering within 100 miles of the Mystic Valley. A void-crossing realm cultivator. Such a cultivator hiding their aura and approaching the Mystic Valley was not a good sign. Guan did not act immediately, as he suspected someone. Sure enough, after a while, Yang and I walked out of her courtyard and quietly left the Mystic Valley, quickly heading in the direction of the void-crossing realm great cultivator. Eventually, the two met in the woods over 30 miles away. In the dim forest, Yang and I stopped and looked at a figure under a tree in front of her. By the moonlight, she could see that it was a female cultivator. "You're a bit slow, Yang and I. Why have you stayed in the outer sect?" "Did Li Xiandao not arrange for you to enter the inner sect?" the female cultivator asked coldly. This female cultivator wore a purple dress, her hair styled into a bun with several jade hairpins inserted. She was graceful, with a beautiful face, and even though her eyes were full of coldness, they carried an allure. Yang and I replied, he did not. Li Xiandao directed me to protect an outer sect disciple closely connected to his son, Leah. Has Li Xiandao detected your true identity? I believe not. Otherwise, he would not have placed me with Leah. The ephemera tree was destroyed by a mysterious cultivator, and even the sect hierarch was killed. It was likely the work of a great cultivator from the Supreme Sect. You must find a way to investigate whether the Supreme Sect has any other cultivators above the 5th layer of the Unification Realm besides the sect leader. Above the 5th layer of the Unification Realm, Yang and I was taken aback and quickly said, with my cultivation level, how could I come into contact with someone from the Unification Realm? Based on the information from our contacts in the Hall of Elders, LV Batian has already failed to cross his tribulation, so he could not be the one who killed the sect hierarch. Such mystery leads us to suspect that it might be Sword Venerable Fudao. Since Sword Venerable Fudao became famous, our sect has been investigating him. After ruling out all possibilities, we can only speculate that Sword Venerable Fudao is a cultivator hiding his true cultivation level, possibly concealed in the outer sect where the Heavenly Repair Platform is located. The purple-dressed woman's words made Yang and I frown. Of course, Sword Venerable Fudao is just a guess. Anyway, you need to find a way to investigate the outer sect. Yang and I, upon hearing this, could not help but say, I've been growing ephemera flowers and cannot leave. Cannot leave? The purple-dressed woman hesitated before she released her divine sense to probe the distant mystic valley. A few breaths later, she scoffed. That boy does have a good appearance. Yang Nis' expression changed. She quickly said, do not lay a hand on him. What is your relationship? He is not only the person whom Li Xiandao wants to protect, but also the disciple I have just taken. Your disciple? How about I take him? Silence. Yang and I was furious, immediately taking out her treasure sword. The purple-dressed woman looked at her with contempt and said, I will return next year. If you cannot provide me with satisfactory information, that boy will be mine. After draining his vital energy, I will turn his bones into a pendant for you, so you can think of him whenever you miss him. After saying this, she turned and left. Yang and I watched the purple-dressed woman's back, her eyes filled with anger. However, her hand could not draw the treasure sword. Taking a deep breath, she could only turn back to the valley. Her movements were swift, as if she were afraid something might happen to Xuan. As she quickly returned towards the mystic valley, the purple-dressed woman walked through the forest, reflecting on Yang and I's earlier reaction, a mocking smile on her face. Slap! A hand suddenly pressed down on the purple-dressed woman's shoulder, making her stop instantly, her pupils dilating. Reflexively, she turned her head, catching a glimpse of a deep purple demonic shadow. Thou bang! A terrifying divine sense forcefully invaded her mind, leaving her gaze blank. Elsewhere, Yang and I returned to the Mystic Valley. She arrived below Xuan's pavilion and saw that the oil lamp inside was still lit. She could sense Xuan's presence, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Inside, Xuan sat at the table, the purple-dressed woman kneeling before him, his right hand pressing on her head as he used the soul-capturing skill. His spiritual power covered the purple-dressed woman, and the 9 extremes yin-yang Buddhist fortune enveloped her. Unless someone stepped inside, even a probe with divine sense would reveal neither her presence nor her aura. Chapter 108. Why are you forcing me? Xuan originally just wanted to eavesdrop, but the woman in the purple dress used her divine sense to detect him and even showed hostility, implying that she wanted to tear him to pieces. Can this be tolerated? Xuan caught her directly. Before killing her, he first investigated the internal information of the ephemera sect. The woman's identity was obviously not simple, and he might get some useful information. The woman in the purple dress was named Xuan, previously an elder of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. She joined the ephemera sect 200 years ago, and after the ephemera sect's defeat, She had been lurking within the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Yang and I was personally recruited by her. Yang and I joined the sect because Xuan promised to help her find the murderer of her sister. Xuan's purpose in recruiting Yang and I was to monitor Li Xiandao and Liya. Xuan felt that Liya, who had inherited the heavenly resident sword, might become the crown prince, so she first had Yang and I monitor this father and son pair, waiting for the ephemeral sect's resurgence. Yang and I didn't completely trust Xuan. She just wanted an additional channel to find the truth. Little did she know, the person who killed her sister was Xuan herself. The power structure of the ephemeral sect was very complex, with many branches. Every void-crossing realm elder was working to establish their own achievements. As long as their contributions were significant, they could walk the Nine Nether Road, seeking the immortal path. Xuan had only heard of the Nine Nether Road, never seen it. It was said that the Nine Nether Road could cross the ocean to another continent. The Nine Nether Road was the yin-yang path opened by the ephemeral sect, passing through a ghostly realm where yin and yang intersected, filled with evil ghosts and extreme danger, but also full of opportunities. After investigating for a long time, Xuan still did not obtain information about the main lineage of the ephemeral sect and could not understand how powerful it was. When he withdrew his divine sense, an hour had already passed. He looked down at Xuan's alluring face, his eyes full of disdain. When he used the soul-capturing skill earlier, he saw many unspeakable scenes. A demon cultivator is just a demon cultivator. Xuan immediately ended Xuan's life, then burned her body to ashes. This great cultivator of the void-crossing realm died silently. She contributed decades of lifespan to Xuan, which was passable. Afterward, Xuan began to inventory her 2 storage rings. Meanwhile, Yang and I was in her room, still unable to calm her mind and cultivate. Xuan's threats kept surfacing in her mind. Thinking about how Xuan got involved because of her, she felt guilty. It wasn't that she had special feelings for Xuan. It's just that after so many years together, their relationship had grown closer. Thinking that such a good-natured junior might be persecuted because of her made her uneasy. By dawn, Lu Jujia called the disciples out for exercise, and Xuan went downstairs. The plan for a day lies in the morning. Yang and I, it's time to come out and practice. Xuan went outside Yang and I's courtyard and shouted. Yang and I quickly came out, only nodding slightly to Xuan as if nothing had happened the previous night. Xuan didn't say much, but he felt slightly relieved that Yang and I dared to draw her sword when threatened by Xuan the night before. Later on, he'll assign her more land to plant more flowers and plants. Ever since that night with Xuan, Yang and I went to the outer sect every 2 days under the pretext of looking for high-rank seed. Xuan's routine remained undisturbed, still traveling between the 3 medicine valleys. At the end of summer, Xuan arrived at Tian Valley. Luo Hun and Iluyan had gone out, taking 3 monkey demons with them, leaving only LV Xian in the Medicine Valley. A great cultivator's cave was discovered thousands of miles away, with many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Iluyan took them to fetch them and won't be back for a few days. LV Xian came to Xuan and explained. His gaze was fixed on Xuan, burning brightly. Xuan nodded slightly, then turned to walk toward the garden. "Who are you really, Xuan?" LV Xian's voice came from behind, his tone different from usual, carrying intense hostility. Xuan stopped and turned to look at LV Xian, smiling. "What kind of deity am I? I'm just an ordinary cultivator who loves planting." This guy wasn't acting right. Why did it feel like he had changed? Could it be that another remnant soul in his body had taken control? Xuan wondered, confused. LV Xian sneered, his face becoming ferocious. "I only taught you a few times, yet your mastery of mystic tortoise surging wave palm has already surpassed my 10 years of hard practice." Xuan raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect that holding back intentionally would still be noticed by LV Xian. This was troublesome. LV Xian took a step forward. The aura of core formation realm 9th layer erupted, lifting the fallen leaves on the ground like a tornado, rising into the sky, creating a grand scene. Though it was the 9th layer of the core formation realm cultivation level, it could already match the aura of the lower nascent soul realm. As expected of the Supreme Sect's former number 1 genius, I discovered that cave long ago, calculated the day you would come, and sent them away in advance. Today, let's have a showdown. Xuan sneered. His right palm began to accumulate spiritual power, the space under his palm fluctuating violently like surging waves. Xuan raised his hand and said, "Don't mess around. I really am not a genius. Why target me? I have no threat to you. If you mess around, I'll have to kill you." Xuan licked his lips and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want to test your depth. If you continue to hide your strength, you'll suffer the same fate as Leah." At this remark, Xuan's gaze turned cold. "Try my mystic tortoise surging wave palm," Xuan shouted, striking out with a palm. The palm wind swept out, shaking heaven and earth, and the wild wind rose from the ground, bringing overwhelming pressure toward Xuan, lifting the grass of a lawn and filling the air with dust. Boom! The palm wind of the mystic tortoise surging wave palm soared into the sky, forming a nearly 100-jong-high airwave wall, spectacular beyond compare. Xuan's smile froze. Looking in the direction of his gaze, Xuan stood still behind the airwave, his palm power forcibly blocked. The medicinal herbs in all the gardens behind Xuan swayed in the wind, but remained in the soil, untouched. At this moment, Xuan's face was expressionless, and his entire temperament suddenly changed, making Xuan feel unfamiliar. Xuan trembled in his voice, seeing Xuan step toward him. With just one step, Xuan crossed several zhong, arriving in front of him. Boom! Xuan's aura was directly dispersed. The terrifying power made him fall back, sitting paralyzed on the ground, without the demeanor of the top of the hidden dragon list. Xuan raised his right hand, looking down at him, his palm facing his head. Xuan was horrified to find himself unable to move, suppressed by an overwhelming spiritual power he could not resist. Divinity transformation. Xuan gritted his teeth. His judgment was correct. Xuan indeed suppressed his realm at the divinity transformation realm, enough to overshadow him easily. "Why did you have to force me?" Xuan looked down at Xuan and asked softly. The murderous intent in his eyes became tangible, making Xuan feel the breath of death. His expressionless face was so terrifying that Xuan had never seen such a frightening expression. "Wait!" Xuan quickly shouted, showing a panic-stricken look for the first time. Xuan just quietly looked down at him. Actually, Xuan didn't want to kill him. After all, Xuan was Bashan's son, and Xuan had no malice towards him, indicating he really just wanted to spar. To avoid being entangled, Xuan could only use the power of the divinity transformation realm to scare him to the core. "I was wrong. Don't kill me." Xuan gritted his teeth, lowering his proud head, not daring to look at Xuan. He was still paralyzed on the ground, unable to get up, and felt humiliated in this posture. "But you've exposed my real cultivation level, and I'll definitely face endless trouble in the future. This makes me very troubled. I just want to plant my plants in peace. Why do you have to force me? Why?" Xuan said coldly. By the end, his voice sounded like a low roar, his features contorting as if he were about to go insane. Xuan looked up, frightened by his hysterical expression, and quickly said, "I will never tell. I swear. I promise." Xuan's right hand began to gather spiritual power, the terrifying power of the divinity transformation realm, making Xuan shiver with fear. "Wait, I know the whereabouts of an 8th-ranked spirit flower. This flower has been maturing for hundreds of years and hasn't turned into a spirit yet. Don't you love planting flowers? You can go get it," Xuan said urgently, shaking with fear. Xuan's expression changed, squinting as he asked, "Where is it?" Xuan felt the oppressive force weaken, hurriedly taking out a map from his storage bag, This is the map. I got it from an old senior when I participated in the 100 Clans assembly. Xuan took the map, glanced at it briefly, then put it into his storage bag. He looked back at LV Xian, frowning. Will you really not tell anyone? If I reveal your cultivation level, you'll suffer inner demon invasion during tribulation crossing and perish. LV Xian immediately swore. Hearing this, Xuan retracted his aura, his cultivation level returning to the Foundation Establishment realm. The flowers in the Medicine Valley stopped swaying, and LV Xian breathed a sigh of relief, sweating profusely and panting heavily. Xuan returned to his usual gentle expression. He pulled LV Xian up, patted the dust off him. Brother LV, pardon the offense. Promise me, don't make such jokes next time. It's not funny. Hearing this, LV Xian forced a smile. Then, Xuan turned and left, heading for the garden. Watching his back, LV Xian remained silent for a long time. Half an hour later, Xuan greeted LV Xian before leaving. LV Xian sat on the lawn, staring at the sun in the sky, dazed. Day turned to night, and for 2 consecutive days and nights, he did not get up. Until Luo Hun, Illuyin, and the 3 monkey demons returned, chatting and laughing, obviously having had a great haul. Illuyin saw LV Xian sitting dazed on the ground, smiled, and asked, LV Xian, why aren't you cultivating? LV Xian's body trembled slightly. He turned to Illuyin and asked, do you think I can achieve divinity transformation before 100? He knew Xuan's age because Xuan was about the same age as Leah. If you hadn't wasted time before, you could definitely reach divinity transformation before 100. Unfortunately, you're already 90. It's hard to go from the 9th layer of the core formation realm to the 1st layer of the divinity transformation realm in 10 years. Illuyin shook his head and said. Luo Hun suggested, His Majesty values you so highly. Just ask, and he'll provide you with a large amount of elixir. LV Xian remained silent. He fell into self-doubt, wondering if he really was not a genius. Chapter 109 Ancestor Xin Tian. Heaven-cutting divine axe. Since LV Xian had been disciplined by Xuan, he thoroughly became honest. When Xuan went to Tinya Valley again, LV Xian was always in closed-door cultivation. Luo Hun said he wanted to reach the divinity transformation realm as soon as possible. Xuan asked for the reason, but Luo Hun said he didn't know. This made Xuan feel at ease. LV Xian might be crazy, but he was tight-lipped. This matter passed. Xuan studied the map given by LV Xian. It was too far from the Taizong dynasty, so he could only set it aside for now. What if that place had Mahayana cultivators? He couldn't take the risk. Now, the lifespan income from the 3 medicine valleys was considerable. Even if he didn't improve, he could quickly expand his lifespan. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The autumnal scenery of withered yellow covered the mystic valley. On this day, near noon, Yilan came to visit her. Having not seen each other for nearly a year, Yilan missed Xuan a lot. As soon as she entered the room, she hugged him. Junior sister, Xuan said in a deep voice with a tone of reproach. Yilan let go of him and laughed, saying, What's wrong with hugging? This is a ceremony for reunion after a long separation between senior and junior apprentices. Senior brother, don't think too much. I don't want any romantic affairs now. I just want to cultivate immortality. Xuan rolled his eyes at her and then turned to make her tea. He had just instinctively performed a lifespan detection on Yilan, which made him feel a bit heavy-hearted. Yilan, Foundation Establishment Realm 5th Layer 56/130/130. The regular lifespan for the Foundation Establishment Realm exceeded 200, but Yilan's Foundation Establishment was built up with Xuan's elixirs, so it had already reached its limit. What would happen when Yilan reached the age of 130? Would it be celestial decline and sudden death, or demonic possession, causing chi blood to attack the heart? Xuan sighed inwardly and decided to teach Yilan the Taoist expansion skill. With 74 years left, perhaps it could be effective. The Taoist expansion skill was a process of accumulating spiritual power. Guan had a bold idea. What would happen when practicing the Taoist expansion skill while frantically consuming spirit energy elixirs? Elon didn't know what her senior brother was thinking and began to narrate what she had seen and heard during her recent outing. The law enforcement hall went out to protect the crown princely Dai. The enemies were from the Ephemeris sect. Over the past half year, she had experienced 7 or 8 battles and survived without danger. Guan had known about this for a long time because he occasionally used his divine sense to check on her. The disciples of the law enforcement hall were basically scouts. The real fighters were several nascent soul realm cultivators. Senior brother, the reason we were able to come back was that a void-crossing realm great cultivator came to protect the crown prince. Above the nascent soul realm is the divinity transformation, and above the divinity transformation is the void-crossing realm. That senior was amazing. He killed the Ephemeris sect's demon cultivator in the divinity transformation realm with one palm. At that time, we all thought we were doomed, but it turned out the crown prince had such a master behind him. They say he is not even a cultivator of the supreme sect. Elon seemed very excited when she talked about the great cultivator in the void-crossing realm. Guan raised an eyebrow, pretending to be shocked. That powerful? How old is he? It said he's already 900 years old. Elon said this while carefully observing Guan's expression. She once suspected Gu and was Sword Venerable Fudao. During the outer sect chaos, her white spirit sword sensed the Qinghong sword. The words righteous path carved on the heavenly repair platform were also made by the Qinghong sword. However, after her research, she learned that Sword Venerable Fudao was at least a cultivation beyond the divinity transformation realm, which made her a bit hesitant. She had grown up with Guan and knew his age. A void-crossing realm in his tens of years? That was unheard of in the immortal cultivation world. Moreover, Guan never admitted that he was Sword Venerable Fudao, so she suspected he might be a disciple of Sword Venerable Fudao. Regardless of the situation, Elon felt that she was unworthy of her senior brother. Therefore, she rarely expressed her feelings nowadays, focusing more energy on her cultivation. When her cultivation level was raised and her senior brother wanted a Taoist friend, that would be her chance. Guan sighed. Junior sister, you're encountering cultivators of higher and higher realms now, but your own cultivation seems hard to improve. How about practicing my cultivation technique? What cultivation technique? Elon asked curiously. Guan's Gale, Shadowless Leg, was already her strongest combat means, so she didn't underestimate his cultivation techniques. Perhaps this technique was passed down by Sword Venerable Fudao. Guan began to introduce the Taoist expansion skill, and Elon listened intently. When Guan finished, Elon couldn't help but ask, Senior brother, you possess so many medicinal herbs, but your cultivation hasn't improved much. Is it because of the Taoist expansion skill? Guan nodded. This is an ultimate skill. I'm only passing it on to you, so you must not tell anyone else. Hearing this, Yilan's heart sweetened. She hesitated. If I practice the Taoist expansion skill, will it burden you more? She understood that Guan would continuously provide her with elixirs to aid her cultivation, which would inevitably delay his own cultivation. Guan laughed. If you're worried, don't practice. Just wait until your lifespan runs out, and your senior brother will live for another few hundred years. By then, I can take several junior sisters and enjoy the bliss of having many companions. No, ill practice, Elon said, glaring. Guan immediately took out the already written Taoist expansion skill and handed it to her. After accepting the Taoist expansion skill, Elon took out a blackwood box from her storage bag. This is a gift prepared for you. I planned to give it after our conversation, but you gave me the cultivation technique first, which makes my sentiment seem inadequate. Guan took the blackwood box and smiled. Junior sister, what are you talking about? You've given me so many good things over the years. You are undoubtedly the best to me. The 6-layer human face tree was given by Elon. Besides, she brought various medicinal herbs every time she visited Guan and had also declined, but Yuan convinced him by repaying the elixir's kindness. Rejecting more would seem uncaring, so now the two of them exchanged gifts and were both happy about it. Upon hearing Guan's words, Yuan smiled and introduced, "This is a dark vine, probably at the 5th layer, though it's just a small section. It requires planting for a dozen or so years to fully rejuvenate. Once grown, it can guard the house and block divine scents." Guan opened it and saw a piece of something resembling black coal, with faint vitality. He wasn't disappointed. Yilan's cultivation was limited, so obtaining this remnant was already good. The previous human-faced tree was also just a root, now recovering vitality. Then, Yilan continued to talk about the events in the immortal cultivation world during this period. Guan listened attentively, enjoying his time. Recently, a group of mysterious cultivators emerged in the immortal cultivation world, known as 9 Nether 13 Evil. They broke into Huanin's sect, seized Huanin's sect's treasure, and left. Their strength shocked the immortal cultivation world. Besides, another major event was the ancient Sky sect nurturing a holy bee sky dragon. The whole sect was invigorated, and various states discussed it, claiming the ancient Sky sect was rising. The holy beast was none other than the sky dragon Guan raised. He had previously checked on the ancient Sky sect, and seeing the sky dragon being well taken care of, he didn't worry. According to Yuan, the immortal cultivation world was relatively peaceful. The ephemera sect had also settled down, no longer fighting to death with the demon path. But Guan knew this was just the calm before the storm. When the great cultivators of the ephemera sect main lineage arrived, the immortal cultivation world would again be engulfed in a bloody storm. In the depths of night, the North Sea mountain range, spiritual energy began to descend, disturbing all beings once again. Guan was meditating within a barrier, enjoying the improvement in his cultivation. He had spent 3,000 years of life to reach the 9th layer of the Mahayana realm. After a short hour passed, he invested another 50,000 years of life into alchemy. Previously, he intended to improve his alchemy skills on his own, but later realized alchemy also required talent. Investing 50,000 years of life elevated his alchemy to the Tai Ching elixir path, greatly enhancing his comprehension of alchemy. A vast amount of knowledge surged into his mind, and he immersed himself in it. The alchemy he practiced was the basic alchemy of the Supreme Sect. Different sects' alchemy had differences, resulting in diverse elixir paths. The Tai Ching elixir path included a spell named Tai Ching True Fire, helping better in alchemy and capable of killing enemies. These 50,000 years of life were well spent. When Guan woke up, he lifted his right hand, and a blue flame ignited on his fingertip, a smile appearing on his lips. He then looked at his attribute panel, still having 490,000 years of life, feeling exceedingly wealthy. He closed the lifespan barrier and stood up, preparing to leave. His gaze suddenly fell on the nearby mountain wall. Because of the disturbance caused by the descending spiritual energy, the weeds in front of the mountain wall were tilted in all directions. Upon closer inspection, there was a crack from which strands of spiritual energy leaked, and this spiritual energy was unusual, not the common 5-element spiritual energy. He immediately walked over, arriving before the mountain wall, and infused his divine sense into it. Soon, his divine sense encountered a restriction. Breaking through required at least void-crossing realm cultivation. He instantly understood and didn't forcibly break the restriction. Instead, he used the 9 extremes yin-yang body, turning into a demonic shadow and stepping forward with limitless freedom step, crossing in one step. Passing through layers of restrictions, he reached a spacious underground area. This space was larger than the 8 scenic caves. In the center, there was an underground lake with a grassland about 300 meters long and 100 meters wide beside it, along with a row of old trees. Under one of the old trees stood a dilapidated wooden house. His divine sense didn't detect any cultivator or demon presence. Yet the underground lake had many fish, even 1-2 meters long, resembling a spirit beast. Xuan walked forward and passed a stele with 4 large characters inscribed on it. Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. The spiritual energy here was abundant, even stronger than the 8 scenic caves. He performed a lifespan detection on the row of trees. They were all 6-layer spirit trees, named heart-clearing trees. Excellent. Xuan was suddenly delighted. If no one lived here, it could become his 4th Medicine Valley. The Mystic Valley, 3rd Medicine Valley, and Tian Valley were under others' watchful eyes. His treasures were all kept in the 8 scenic caves, but the space there was limited. Xuan reached the wooden house, where there was a stone table covered in moss, with 2 books lying on it. One was a nameless book, and the other a secret book. Heaven-Cutting Divine Axe. What a domineering name. Xuan picked up the nameless book and started reading. It was a testament left by the owner of the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. The mansion owner was known as Ancestor Tian, and surprisingly, he was a Mystic Heart Realm cultivator. Xuan read on, frowning slightly. Ancestor Tian was actually a supreme elder of the Supreme Sect. After leaving the Supreme Sect, he established the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion here, intending to seek enlightenment. Later, he experienced deviation and, before his death, decided to leave the cave mansion and head towards the demon land beyond the 9 dynasties. The Heaven-Cutting Divine Axe was Ancestor Tian's ultimate skill, inherited from the Holy Land, one of the Holy Land's 9 great inheritances. Chapter 110. 9 Styles of Heaven Cutting. The breath from afar, bitterly contemplating for 800 years, swallowing countless elixirs, finally achieving Mystic Heart Realm, but unable to escape the heart demon tribulation at the end of life. I hate. Xuan recited a passage from the nameless book, furrowing his brows. The hatred of Ancestor Tian leaped off the page. It was a hatred towards the heavens. He hated that after achieving Mystical Heart Realm, he was struck by heart demons before he could enjoy it. After reading, Xuan immediately thought of the limit of lifespans. In a vast universe, it seemed like a certain fate bound all beings. The lifespan limit of Ancestor Tian might only have been enough to barely reach the Unification Realm. But with vast resources, he forcibly achieved the Mystic Heart Realm. Yet his lifespan did not extend, ultimately facing heart demons and the calamity of death. The more Xuan thought, the more plausible it seemed. For all beings cultivating to immortality, it was less a struggle against the heavens than a struggle against destiny. Xuan believed that fate could certainly be broken. He himself was the best example. The lifespan limit he perceived might just be a reminder of the existence of fate. Besides his ability to seize lifespans, there must be other opportunities in this world to help break the lifespan limit. He just hadn't found them yet. Because achieving eternal life was so difficult, that's why so many people sacrificed themselves without regret. Let's see if the Taoist expansion skill worked. If it did, he could potentially use part of his lifespan to enhance the Taoist expansion skill. Xuan felt hopeful, because Wuxin's lifespan far exceeded that of others in the same realm. He continued to read further, finding records of Ancestor Tian's life events, from joining the Supreme Sect to competing for the position of sect leader. It read like a novel, with the brief descriptions sparking endless imagination. After finishing the testament, he threw the book into his storage bag, then picked up the Heaven-Cutting Divine Axe secret book to check. He became increasingly engrossed, as if a figure wielding a great axe danced in his pupils. The Heaven-Cutting Divine Axe had 9 forms in total: severing life, severing demons, severing ghosts, severing mountains, severing seas, severing magic, severing immortals, severing gods, severing heaven. It sounded domineering, but he wondered if it could really sever immortals and heavens. The 9 forms were not 9 levels, but 9 techniques. Ancestor Tian had mastered all 9 forms and faced no adversary before his deviation. He swept through the 9 realms of the immortal cultivation world, establishing the Supreme Sect's renown. However, he didn't leave the heaven-cutting divine axe at the Supreme Sect because it was a Holy Land's legacy, not to be passed on to others. If discovered by the Holy Land, his cultivation level would be abolished, a point specially noted in his testament. After skimming through, Xuan threw the secret book into the storage bag. He turned and walked into the dilapidated wooden house. Everything inside was old and worn, the floor covered in weeds, with an axe standing in the center, covered in dust. He walked over to the axe and blew gently, causing the dust to instantly vanish, revealing a black axe. The heaven-cutting axe, a supreme-grade magic artifact, also forged from North Sea nether iron, and it was millions of years old, heavier, and capable of withstanding more spiritual power than Lias' North Sea heavy sword. Xuan grasped the heaven-cutting axe, raising an eyebrow. It was heavy, despite being a Mayana cultivator and having cultivated the primordial Rui skill with immense chi force. Even he could feel the weight, showing just how heavy this heaven-cutting axe was. There was no need to use the techniques of the heaven-cutting divine axe. It felt like just smashing someone with it could crush them. When Xuan lifted the heaven-cutting axe, it seemed light in his serious grip. He wielded it with ease. He considered putting this treasure into the storage bag, but it was repelled by the bag's spatial restriction. It wouldn't fit. Interesting. Xuan immediately put down the heaven-cutting axe and examined the surroundings, finding nothing else of value in the house. Immediately, he stepped outside the mystic Heaven Cave mansion, sealing the crack on the mountain wall. Being a 5 elements treasure body now, he had perfect earth attribute aptitude, capable of condensing spiritual power into earth. After completely sealing the crack, Xuan felt relieved. From now on, this would be his cave mansion. Xuan felt joyful, his lips curved upwards, stepping into the mystic Heaven Cave mansion once again. Preparing the land. Late autumn, in the third Medicine Valley, the disciples were sweeping fallen leaves. Lu Lingjun suddenly looked towards the sky, seeing a figure swiftly approaching. She frowned slightly, secretly startled. 9th level of the Unification Realm. The newcomer was LV Batian. LV Batian quickly arrived at the pavilion where Xuan lived, then stepped on the stairs. Lu Lingjun withdrew her gaze, curious about the person's identity. Despite many visits to the third Medicine Valley, LV Batian had never revealed his true identity. When talking to an Hao and an Xian, he was always said to be a senior of the sect. Entering the house, LV Batian closed the door and set a restriction, making it impossible to eavesdrop. Xuan put down the book in his hand and smiled. "Sect leader, why are you here?" He stood up to make tea. "No need to bother. Sit down, let's chat." LV Batian waved his hand, walked to the table, raised his hand to pull over a chair, and sat down. Xuan followed and sat down, asking, "What do you want to chat about?" "What can I chat with you about?" "Not about taking in disciples again." Xuan secretly complained. As a dignified, Mahian-level cultivator, it was impossible for him to take a master. "Let's talk about Li Xiandao," LV Batian said, staring at Xuan asked in surprise, "What happened to him?" Crown Prince Li Dai had his golden cord dug out. His nascent soul and cultivation level were abolished, and a void-crossing realm cultivator protecting him also perished. LV Batian's words moved Xuan. He was genuinely a bit surprised. Right after the Supreme Sect's law enforcement hall left, Li Xiandao made a move, just entering the void-crossing realm and able to kill someone at the same level? Quite impressive. Methods of void-crossing realm great cultivators varied widely, even facing the same level. Escaping should not be difficult. Don't look at Gu and easily killing void-crossing realm cultivators. He did so by suppressing his higher realm to a lower realm, giving enemies no time to escape. LV Batian asked, "Does Li Xiandao have a void-crossing realm cultivator beside him?" Xuan helplessly said, "If there is, I can't see it either." LV Batian paused, finding it reasonable, his expression easing. With the Crown Prince dead, Supreme Sect can only support Leah. The throne must be held by a prince of the Supreme Sect. Unfortunately, Leah has been away for years. LV Batian sighed. If not for the impending attack by the Ephemera sect, I would have already abolished Li Xiandao. Guan asked curiously, why abolish him? Tian said, he has been emperor for nearly 200 years. Taicang world is in turmoil, plagued by evil spirits, with widespread grievances. Changing the emperor to worship the heavens might reverse the chi fortune. Yet he has roped in several elders from the Hall of Elders, making it difficult for me to force him to abdicate, and by the time I recovered my cultivation level, the Ephemera sect arrived. It's been endless trouble. Speaking of the Ephemera sect, he grew visibly annoyed. Guan couldn't tell if he truly cared about the people or simply disliked Li Xiandao. Both provided high-rank medical herbs to Guan, so he couldn't take sides and could only watch their struggle from the sidelines. Li Xiandao indeed had great means, keeping a cultivator at the 9th level of the unification realm hesitant to act while rapidly growing. If Tian knew Li Xiandao was already at the Void Crossing realm, he would probably go to kill Li Xiandao now. Tian began to discuss the Ephemera sect, revealing that the Venerable Pavilion had collected numerous clues about the sect. Shockingly, there were multiple spies from the Ephemera sect within the Hall of Elders. This greatly incensed Tian. Having just cleared out a batch of Demon Pass spies years ago, he never expected there to be this most hated Ephemera sect spies left. I received intelligence that the Ephemera sect hierarch Zhong Liang died, killed by someone unknown, and now the Ephemera sect is behaving quietly, awaiting the arrival of head lineage cultivators, suspecting I killed Zhong Liang. Laughable, I suspect internal conflict among themselves. Tian sneered. Guan curiously asked, why are the Ephemera sect and demon path battles concentrated in the North Sea Mountain? Tian replied, because most Ephemera sect high-level members are in the North Sea Mountain, seeking a fortuitous opportunity related to our sect. What opportunity? We had a supreme elder 1,000 years ago who attained path enlightenment in the North Sea Mountain, surpassing the unification realm, and then disappeared. However, legends noted that he left behind the sect's supreme treasure, the heaven-cutting axe, which cannot be placed in a storage Dharma artifacts, involved in a significant legacy the Ephemera sect has been seeking. As expected, Guan was secretly pleased. After years of searching, the Ephemera sect still hadn't found it, yet he stumbled upon it unintentionally. It seemed suppressing spiritual energy was not without benefits. The heaven-cutting axe is not simple. It is said to be related to the Holy Land. In 3,000 years, only that Supreme Elder had inherited such a high-level legacy from the Holy Land. He was also my martial master. Tian said with emotion. Ancestor Tian was indeed extraordinary. Guan thought of the weight of the heaven-cutting axe, finding it reasonable. Tian clearly revered Ancestor Tian, recounting his deeds. Though he had never met Ancestor Tian, he often heard his master mention him. His master said Ancestor Tian never tasted defeat, able to carve a path through any number of enemies, even venturing south for adventures, purportedly obtaining immortal sorcery before returning to retreat. However, Guan knew Ancestor Tian never obtained immortal sorcery. He had roamed the sea for years, nearly killed by the Demon King, forced to flee back, hoping to reach Mystic Heart Realm and venture again. Unfortunately, he never succeeded before death. Guan suddenly thought of the true inheritor's outside training. He might have also gone to the sea. It was said the true inheritor was more formidable than Tian, likely reaching the Mystic Heart Realm. However, when Guan mentioned the true inheritor, Tian grew displeased, not wanting to discuss it further. Clearly, their relationship was poor. As Tian spoke, he suddenly halted. Guan felt a strong aura approaching from the north, but he feigned ignorance, as Tian was present. Tian turned, looking towards the sky outside the window, muttering, "Has it finally come?" Guan confusedly asked, "What has come?" Tian stood, saying, "Nothing. I have matters to attend to." He quickly left. Guan hurriedly rose to see him off, escorting him to the entrance. Guan noticed Lu Lingjun, sensing the distant strong aura, frowning deeply. Feeling Gu An's gazes, Lu Lingjun glanced at him, then resumed sweeping. Guan looked in the direction LV Tian left, wondering what was the origin of that aura. It didn't feel like a cultivator's aura. It had an indescribable, odd feeling. Chapter 111. The Attack of the Mystic Heart. The sky was cloudless for miles, and below, a vast barren plain stretched endlessly. Cracks crisscrossed the earth, which, upon closer inspection, were canyons. In a flat expanse of this barren land, a massive plume of dark energy hovered, resembling a rift. At the base of the dark energy was a circular array platform with a diameter exceeding 3 zhang. It was engraved with complex and profound runes, and spiritual energy surged, causing them to emit a faint sheen. In front of the array platform, a group of ephemera sect cultivators stood waiting. Their numbers exceeded 1,000, and among them were Jiang Qiong and Xuan. At the forefront stood an old man in a gray robe, holding a wooden staff. His back was hunched as he gazed expectantly at the black energy in the sky. Ephemera sect, main branch. Jiang Qiong watched the spatial disturbances within the dark energy, feeling very tense. Having joined the ephemera sect for a while, she had come to understand it deeply. The ephemera sect, in the 9 Dynasties territory, was merely a branch and could not be compared to the main branch. Suddenly, a flash of lightning burst out from the dark energy, followed by expansion, revealing an expanse of dark red sky inside, with faint billows of ominous clouds. The old man in the gray robe suddenly knelt down and loudly exclaimed, "Welcome, Lord of the Main Branch." As he knelt, the other ephemera sect cultivators followed suit, repeating his words in unison. The 1,000 voices combined into a deafening roar. Under everyone's gaze, a figure emerged from the dark energy, stepping out with his back towards the dark red sky. This was a man dressed in a tight purple robe, with a gold-trimmed red scarf around his waist. His robe was adorned with images of ephemera flowers, and the back was embroidered with an ephemera tree. His face was handsome, his expression aloof, and his snow-white hair was coiled under a purple jade crown set with a red gemstone that resembled a sinister eye at a glance. With his hand behind his back, he looked down at the cult, slowly saying, "Who is Elder Qihan?" The old man in the gray robe quickly answered, "Reporting to the Lord, that would be me." The man in the purple robe maintained his lofty stance, not deigning to descend. He calmly said, "Find someone to lead me to the Supreme Sect. The rest of you stay here and wait for the main branch to arrive." Qihan Elder asked excitedly, "Are more seniors from the main branch coming?" "Yes, it's time for the ephemera to bloom." The mysterious aura was too far from the Supreme Sect, beyond even the range of divine sense of those in the Mahayana realm. Guan did not act rashly. His intuition told him that the aura was related to the main branch of the ephemera sect. Without knowing the strength of the main branch of the ephemera sect, he wouldn't act on impulse. Although from Zhongliang and Su Shan's memories, it seemed the ephemera sect was waiting for great cultivators of the mystic heart realm. With Gu An's extermination of the ephemera tree, the situation might change. What if more than one great cultivator of the mystic heart realm arrived? Moreover, the Supreme Sect was deeply rooted and might not need his intervention. Perhaps the Supreme Elder would return. Leaving aside the Supreme Elder, the Ji family and Gu family also had unfathomable depths. Guan searched the Taizong dynasty with his divine sense, but couldn't find the main families of these 2 houses, likely hidden within minor heaven and earth realms. In this world, there existed multiple minor heavens and earths, akin to innate spatial restrictions, or, as one might describe using earthly terms, alternate dimensions. The day after Lu Beitian left, the atmosphere in the Supreme Sect became tense. Numerous core formation realm and nascent soul realm cultivators flew over the third Medicine Valley toward the outer sect. Even the 9 geniuses cultivating in the Medicine Valley were summoned, bidding farewell to Xuan. Every disciple had their own identity token, and the Supreme Sect could use these tokens to transmit orders to everyone, including those on missions outside. Xuan approached Xuan nervously and asked, "Senior brother, what happened this time? Could it be the Ephemeris Sect attacking?" Every time he visited the Outer Gate City, he heard other disciples discussing the Ephemeris Sect. The Ephemeris Sect had swept through the demon paths undefeated and had caused significant trouble for the Supreme Sect 200 years ago, making all disciples feel threatened. "I don't know. Don't overthink it. Our task is to grow medicinal herbs. If a battle truly breaks out, we wouldn't be of much use anyway. Trust in the sect." Xuan reassured him. Xuan found this reasonable, but still couldn't stop his thoughts from drifting to the outer sect. Xuan turned and left to harvest the matured herbs. Even if the sky were to fall, the Supreme Sect would bear it first. Harvesting herbs and flowers was the top priority. An ancient hour later, Xuan returned to the pavilion and drew the Qinghong sword, starting to swing it. He rarely practiced swordsmanship, attracting the attention of many disciples who thought he sensed the crisis and followed his example, beginning to practice their own spells. Lu Lingjun also glanced at Xuan, shaking her head involuntarily. Xuan's sword moves were very strange, looking more like axe techniques than swordsmanship to her. Perhaps the Valley Master was just soothing his nervous emotions. After watching for a bit, Lu Lingjun turned and walked toward a distant mountain to get a better view of the outer sect and understand the situation more clearly. Xuan wasn't truly practicing swordsmanship, but rather the heaven-cutting divine axe technique. He purposefully used a sword to avoid drawing attention, as the heaven-cutting divine axe hadn't left any legacy in the Supreme Sect, so no one knew how to use it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, after settling matters at Mystic Valley, Xuan went to the third Medicine Valley to continue harvesting herbs. The third Medicine Valley covered an area of 100 miles, with so many herbs that some matured every day. Xuan would leave some each time he harvested to ensure a stable source of lifespan income. The herbs didn't lose their effectiveness for several months after maturing. After gaining 5,000 years of lifespan, Xuan had a servant disciple deliver the herbs to the storage building and then sought out Lu Lingjun. "I plan to visit the outer sect. Do you want to come?" Xuan asked. Lu Lingjun had previously mentioned she wanted to join him on his next trip to the outer sect. Of course, a deeper reason was that he wanted to bring another powerful ally to the Supreme Sect. Lu Lingjun agreed immediately, nodding as she had been eager to see the commotion after 3 days of watching. Thus, Xuan and Lu Lingjun headed to the outer sect. Upon arrival, Xuan agreed to meet Lu Lingjun at the Heavenly Repair Platform in the evening and then went his own way. So considerate, Lu Lingjun thought as she watched Xuan's back. She turned to look at the sky above the South City Gate, where numerous great cultivators hovered. Each one had a large banner behind them, numbering 1,000, surrounding the entire outer sect city. The cultivation level of these people was at least nascent soul realm. One city of the outer sect boasted so many high-level cultivators. Lu Lingjun had used her divine sense to check the other cities, finding similar situations, marveling at the depth of the Supreme Sect's power. With the current strength displayed by the Supreme Sect, she believed it could easily sweep through the mortal world she came from. Meanwhile, Xuan found Jun Qin of the Law Enforcement Hall. The Law Enforcement Hall hadn't been assigned combat duties, but was patrolling the city to prevent Ephemeris Sect cultivators from infiltrating. Xuan pulled Jun Qin to the side of the street, retrieved a Taoist expansion skill from his storage bag, and handed it to her, saying, "Keep this well and train hard with it when you return. Don't tell anyone, not even Marshal Uncle Yi." Jun Qin glanced at it and saw it was a cultivation technique, instantly excited and nodding quickly. She knew Xuan's status in the intersect with Medicine Valley was far above hers, and whatever he gave her would be exceptional. She had been struggling to advance her cultivation level for years despite practicing Jiang Xiong's technique. After a brief chat, the two parted ways. Guan didn't seek out Yilan as she was attending an outer sect meeting at the Great Elder's residence. The entire Supreme Sect was on high alert for battle. Guan chose this day to visit the outer sect city because he sensed an aura exceeding the unification realm entering the Taizong dynasty, approaching the Supreme Sect. Mystic Heart Realm. The pace was not fast, as someone was guiding, or perhaps he was exerting pressure on the Supreme Sect, flaunting his powerful aura. Even Divinity Transformation Realm and Void Crossing Realm cultivators could feel it, which explained the tense atmosphere of the Supreme Sect. Guan didn't plan to take action rashly. He wanted to gauge the sect's resilience. Not every enemy should rely on him to resolve. While killing cultivators could grant him lifespan, it wasn't much different from harvesting herbs in value, so he wasn't eager for combat. Of course, if many enemies showed up, he wouldn't mind claiming some kills. Guan walked to the Heavenly Repair platform, standing behind the Ghost Mother of Ephemera, pretending to sense the sword intent on the platform. Gu Xiaoyu, what brings you here? A voice called out, and the mad swordsman of Great Yu, Han Ming, approached with a smile. He walked behind the Ghost Mother of Ephemera, exchanging pleasantries with Guan. The Ghost Mother of Ephemera remained unresponsive, her eyes closed. Despite the impending battle, there were still hundreds of cultivators on the platform seeking enlightenment. Han Ming, at the 5th level of the Void Crossing Realm, didn't realize the female disciple meditating beside him was an old monster of the 2nd level of the Unification Realm. After exchanging a few polite words, Guan curiously asked, "With the Ephemera sect attacking, why haven't you left? Aren't you afraid of getting caught in the crossfire?" The Ephemera sect is nothing. They have lost to the Supreme Sect before and will likely lose again. The Supreme Sect has too many great cultivators and old monsters. You can watch the battle and learn more about the sect's strength, Han Ming chuckled. His words piqued Gu An's curiosity even more, leading him to ask about the powerful cultivators in the Supreme Sect. Han Ming shared what he knew, drawing the attention of nearby disciples who couldn't resist eavesdropping. 90% of the Supreme Sect disciples were unaware of the full extent of the sect's strength due to its enormity. The Ghost Mother of Ephemera seemed disturbed, stood up, and prepared to move. Guan deliberately turned his back on her, pretending to retreat naturally, and bumped into her. Realizing he had bumped into someone, Guan immediately apologized. "Miss, I'm sorry." The Ghost Mother of Ephemera frowned, but shook her head slightly, saying nothing. She walked past Guan and stopped. Han Ming's voice suddenly rang out, his gaze fixed on the Ghost Mother of Ephemera. The Ghost Mother of Ephemera halted. Curious looks surrounded them as Han Ming was a prominent figure on the Heavenly Repair platform, and his actions drew attention. Guan quickly said, "It's my fault. I accidentally bumped into her." Han Ming ignored Guan, his gaze locked on the Ghost Mother's back, speaking coldly. "Who exactly are you? Although you hit it well, I sensed a momentary release of your aura. You're not human. You're a ghost, aren't you?" A ghost. The words caused the surrounding disciples to rise, some even drawing their magic artifacts. Guan looked at the Ghost Mother of Ephemera in shock and stepped aside. The Ghost Mother turned, her gaze ignoring Guan, coldly fixed on Han Ming. "You're not a member of the Supreme Sect, so why interfere? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.